Hello, lovely peeps. Happy Sunday. How are you all? I am trying something slightly different this week. I have only got the one computer going, so I'm going to be trying to read the chat from here. It does mean that you're a little bit closer, so I might need to just angle you down a little bit so you can. That bit too much? That's a little bit too much. Helen is here. She says, hi, Shan and all the peeps. Happy Sunday. Can't wait to see how this goes today. Julie is here as well. Yeah, I have my pile of fluffy velvet here. I have already started rethreading and putting the needle on my machine. I was in the middle of doing that when I realised that it was midday and I was meant to be going live. So needle is threaded. How is everyone today? Is anyone else attempting to make the poof at the same time? I have tea. I have some rock cakes. Mum and I filmed how to make rock cakes video yesterday, which is going to be a Patreon Peeps June video, and I'm going to be sending out all the $10 and up tier people the rock cake recipe, and then the video will be going live on my channel next month, but probably before the 9th. So that's what I'm going to be doing this evening, is editing that and getting that up on the Patreon piece, on the Patreon page. So Leslie's here, Natalie's here, Caroline is here. Julie says she's arting today. Sophia is here. Hello, welcome. So yeah, how is everybody? How is everybody? What are you all up to? Still skirtless over here. I think I discussed it the other day. I'm going to draft a quarter circle skirt pattern and put side seams into that. And then I'm going to attempt that with some fabric I have in my stash to see how I like the silhouette on me. And if that works, and hopefully the pattern pieces are small enough, that's what's going to be going on to this, because I am determined to get it plain in the back, or as plain as possible in the back, and then parrot in the front. Which means I'll have another parrot left over, which I'm tempted to see if I can make a jacket out of. We shall see. Rose is here. Hello. I'm finishing a seasonally inappropriate thick wool coat. Maybe I can wear it when I go back to the office in October. I am so tempted to start my Gertie Princess coat because I have the pattern and I have the fabric and I want to make it. I'm actually kind of tempted to start with the dressing gown because it would be a good way of checking the fit on me, although I think I might want my dressing gown slightly more fitted than a coat, possibly. But yeah, I'm actually having to tell myself no to not make this coat because it's nearly July and I don't need a coat in July. At least I hope I don't. So yeah. I know what you mean, Rose. Sandy's here. Debbie's here. Sophia says, I'm making a Sew a Bit Ravello dress today. Just managed to stick all the PDF pieces yesterday. Very nice. I actually didn't buy the ebook. I was severely tempted. I was really tempted, but I have similar patterns in my stash for every single piece. And whilst I watched Lisa's chat through the things and I was seeing everyone's beautiful makes, and I was just like, oh no, I'm going to buy it. And then it was like, no, because I already have a really beautiful denim cropped jacket pattern. I had the skirt, I had the dress. What else is in there? There was trousers, wasn't there? Yeah, I just, there wasn't one standout piece for me that I didn't have something similar already. And I probably will cave in the future, and I probably will buy it, but I didn't. But I'm so loving watching everybody else's makes from it, because they're beautiful and they're lovely patterns. They really are. So I'm really excited to see what everybody comes up with. I'm still determined to do the is it the Worked Weekend? It was the second ebook, the one with the trench coat in it. And I still really want to do a month where I sew a capsule wardrobe from just those patterns, those 5 patterns, because there is so many combinations that I like in there. And the only reason I haven't done it as yet is because I haven't got a fabric that would work for the trench coat. I have a fabric that would work for the trench coat perfectly, but I want to make a different type of coat out of that. And so I'm thinking I might end up doing that in September, because October would be a good time to be wearing that kind of stuff. Maybe it ought to be August, because September would be a better time to be wearing that stuff. So that is something that I want to do in the future, definitely. But yeah, I managed to resist and not buy the new ebook, and purely and simply because unlike you, Sophia, I don't have the patience to stick all the PDF pattern pieces together, and it was something like £70 to have them all printed. And I remember it was 50 quid to have the Worked Weekend ones printed with net printers. And then obviously, so it was, I spent £70 on that pattern book last time, and that was I think that was the biggest reason for me not doing it, was because of the cost that it would eventually be to print everything up. And I definitely didn't have £70 spare to spend on patterns. Or if I did have £70 spare to spend on patterns, I've been eyeing up the Till the Sun Goes Down patterns, and they've just released a new one today. Have you guys seen? It's the palazzo pants, and it's got a really nice flattering V front and then elasticated back. Oh, Andre, she knows what she's doing. She really knows what she's doing. I want all of those. So yes, actually all of the now and then patterns that I don't already have, I think there's only one that I don't think would be my style, but I think all the rest of them were on my birthday wish list, and I didn't get any, so they'll have to be on my Christmas wish list. Yeah, really excited to see how everybody's Summer Dreams patterns come out, because they are beautiful. I do really like the patterns. I really do. I'm trying to be sensible. I think I'm talking myself into buying it now. Judy is here. She says, hello, I'm attempting to stand long enough to trace a pattern. First long standing for 3 weeks after my accident. Oh, I hope it works out, Judy. Let us know how you get on. Caroline says, I have the buttons to attach to my new McCall's 7906 skirt. Loving it. Anna's here. Hi, Sean and all. Debbie's here. Hi, Debbie. Duvalier says hello to everybody. Carla Deloche says, good morning. I'm working my regular job right now. Having you all live is making it easier to do. Oh, I'm glad we can keep you company, Carla. Julie says, I'm thinking that should make a pencil skirt, but I want functional pockets, so I am beginning of the design phase. Ooh, nice. Nice. Rose says, remember to like the live feed. Thank you very much. Yes, please do like this video, or like it as you go along, and then come back later. Even if you don't watch it again, just little comment, little emoji in the comments. It helps. It all helps. Interaction. The interaction is great. So yes, thank you, Rose. Thank you for reminding us. Anna says, oh, look at your kitty top. Perfect. Yes, this fabric was from Lamazi. It was a gift. It was, I'd ordered some fabric, and they included a meter of this for free, which was very sweet of them. So yeah. And Christine says, hi from Lancashire. I'm making the Closet Bianca flight suit. Oh, I like that. I don't think I'd ever wear it. I don't think it would suit me, but I do like it on other people. Lisa's here. Hello. Duvalier says, I actually enjoy the 2 inside the hem pattern reviews. Oh, I haven't seen those. Maeve, I think I've got it right. Maeve like wave, right? Says, hi from wet and windy Ireland. I'm making t-shirts for one of my boys today. That's nice of you. And Sophia says, oh, yes, I would love to watch your sew along to the trench coats. I'm new to sewing, so I don't have many patterns at all. I'll buy the Worked Weekend book if I manage okay with the summer one. Cool, cool. Actually, I think that's quite a good idea, because the summer one does have some easier projects going into harder, and I think the work to weekend has a few sort of, because there's trousers, there's the trench coat, there are hidden plackets and things like that. So I think there's some extra building kind of like techniques that you'd find in the work to weekend one, Sophia. So yeah, I think that's a good idea. I still haven't bought the first of her ebooks either, because the only thing that I really want from that is the Lola coat. And in all honesty, again, I have patterns that are similar. And to be fair, I probably wouldn't wear the Lola coat over some of my more fitted coats as well. So yes. Maeve says, well done for remembering, Sean. Thank you, Maeve. I got it right. Yay. I really ought to write a cheat sheet for everyone's names, oughtn't I? Write it down. So yes, I've had to order a cone of shame for Chiana. It's coming tomorrow. You know, I think I told you guys, I'm not sure if I did, but the Siamese attacked her again during my week off, and actually has bitten her quite badly behind her shoulder blade on her right side, and there's a wound this size on there now. Mum and I have been keeping an eye on it, and yeah, we went up and moved back chair. She's eating. She's favouring it a little bit. She was very stiff to begin with, and she was struggling to jump. But she's totally fine. She's not. She's licking it, which is why I've bought her a cone of shame, which is arriving tomorrow. I tried putting a t-shirt on her last night, and I got bitten on the back of my hand, so I have quite a swollen, bruised hand at the moment. Yeah. Yes, hopefully I won't have to take her to the vet, because she doesn't like that at the best of times. I mean, obviously, what cat likes being taken to the vet? But yeah, that Siamese needs to go. Julie's saying to dip the cat. I'm tempted. I've never disliked a cat more than I've disliked the Siamese, and it's a beautiful cat and it's really friendly, but it's just beating up my cat, and it's not on. And apparently it's not just my cat that it's beating up. There's a couple of other neighbours who are having issues with it as well. So yeah, fun times. But Chiana, bless her. She's licked. The reason I've got the cone is because she's licking it to the point where she's taken the fur off, and it's now got like a bald patch around the wound. But as I say, it doesn't smell. It's not hot to touch. The area is not hot to touch. It is swollen, but that's to be expected. We're bathing it in saline solution. I would have taken her to the vets yesterday, but obviously it's the weekend and it's an emergency vet, and she in and of herself is fine. As I say, she's eating, she's purring, she's growling at me. She's currently wedged herself into my bag storage and is sleeping on top of one of my bags. Thankfully, she is sleeping on the side without the open seeping wound. Oh dear. So yeah, Sal's arrived. Hola, Sean and Peeps. Hi Sal, how are you? And yeah, so I wonder if my tea's drinkable temperature yet. Kinda, yes. So Louise is here. Hello. So I've also decided with this, I cut out the regular size, the one that I traced and made myself 7 years ago, because the Bewitched one fit me so well. I was quite surprised. This one is a little bit tight. So I think what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to take the waistband off, and there's 4 pleats along the front, and I'm just going to make those slightly smaller. And so just to let it out a little bit along the front edge as well. Just to make it, because I can zip it up, but it is tight, and I want to be able to wear this dress comfortably. So I thought, yeah, I'd take the waistband off, open up the pleats tiny little bit, because I don't want the pleats straining as well. So I thought I'd open each one up by 1/4 of an inch, and that will give me an extra nearly 2 inches along the front, because if I take it in 1/4 of an inch, that's 1/2 an inch per pleat, and there's 4 of them. So I don't think I actually even need that much room, so I might take it in even a little bit less. So yeah, we shall see. No. Mum and Dad are next door house hunting, looking for new houses, because the one that we wanted has sold, still subject to contract, but yeah. Lynn says, hi Sean, or poor baby kitty, and that Siamese cat needs reporting. Yeah, I did look up, you know, what to do if a cat is, and it all sort of says chuck water over fighting cats and keep your cat inside. And if I lived anywhere else, Chiana would be an indoor cat. She was an indoor cat when I lived down here. But living in a studio with a cat that wants to go and explore and do things in the middle of the night, you guys know how often she wakes me up, and I've complained about it. I've managed to Chiana proof most of the things that she makes noise with, but it's also so safe around here because we have hardly any traffic. Our road is a private road at the front. The road at the back is the one that fell in the sea, so we don't have any through traffic up there anymore. If that road was still through traffic, I wouldn't let her out. But you know, I think this is probably one of the safest places car-wise for a cat to live. I do know that badgers and foxes attack cats, and that does scare me, but she's, you know, a fairly shy cat, and she doesn't like talking to other people, so, or other animals really. So I kind of think that she's savvy enough that she would keep away from them. But yeah, if I lived anywhere else, she would be an indoor cat, no questions asked. And to the point where when we move, Dad and I are talking about building Chiana a catio outside of whichever place that I end up in, because I am moving with Mum and Dad. Yeah, we're going to build Chiana a catio so she can enjoy the outside without Susie and her clashing. So yeah, all of the advice that I've seen online that says to keep your cat inside and throw water on them when they're actually fighting. So I'm going to get myself a super soaker, I think. I think that Siamese is going to get wet. I want to make it as unpleasant for that Siamese coming here as possible. So, yeah. Hi, Nancy. Nancy's here. Sal says, after the weekend with my kids, tired, but got them to watch Alien and Aliens for the first time. Love them getting older because the classics they can watch now. That's very cool. Yes, that is very cool. Pauline says, hi all. First hangout, but I'm a regular viewer, watching with interest as by coincidence I downloaded the Pouf pattern yesterday. Oh, awesome. Yeah, so Pauline, there tends to be a lot of chat, and it's maybe about the hour and a half mark that I actually start saying. It's going to be earlier than that today, but I am going to finish my tea and eat one of my rock cakes, or pebble cakes. Mum called these ones. They went a bit flat, but they're so tasty. Julie says, dip it. The trouble with dipping it is that I have to pick that cat up and put it in there, and I don't want to get attacked by the claws either. Bronte's here. She says Rachel says hi, is having technical difficulties with YouTube. How very dare it. But hello, Bronte. How are you, my lovely? Christy says, hello from overcast Lewis. Been busy sewing this morning. Ooh, nice. What have you been making? What have you been making? This is yummy. And it's decaf as well. I remember the retreat in October. Ruth was making cups of teas for everybody, and I was like, yeah, I'll have a cup of tea, because I was just desperate for the liquid. And the first one, I think I drank 3 or 4 cups of tea that day, and I don't drink caffeine, so I did not sleep that night. So I came in the next day like a total zombie. And I said to Ruth, I don't suppose you've got decaf. She's like, yeah, of course I've got decaf tea. It's like, oh, yes, decaf tea. Pauline is laughing at the fact that there's no sewing for ages. Yeah, they all have conniptions if I start sewing earlier. They're just like, what is going on? Julie says, my sister did it to a cat using the sandbox as his litter box. Oh, Grace. Yeah, mum bless her. She was like, oh, I don't mind that Chiana uses the courgette patch as her litter box. And I was like, she doesn't. She comes inside. Chiana will actively come into the house, use the litter box, and then go back outside again. The only reason she comes in is to use the litter box. So it wasn't her. So it's even the Siamese cat is doing that. She was like, oh, well, sod that then. But the trouble is we can't get lion poo or lion urine because that will obviously put Chiana off as well. So yeah, fun times. Kirsty is making a Juliet tie-back blouse toile. Nice. Noelia's here. She says, hey, peeps, I'm making my daughter a Shelby dress. Considering she's told me in the past she didn't want me to make her anything, I feel a bit like the pressure is on. Oh, yes. Bronte says she's very well, thank you. You look very nice today. Thank you, Bronte. That's very kind of you. And it fell out of bed and into secret pajamas, which is one of the wonderful things about stretchy clothing. Total secret pajamas. Sorry, tea. Tea is important. Yeah, I finished my Melba dress yesterday. The vlog for that is going up tomorrow morning. I am so pleased with it. The pattern matching is perfect along the back. It's slightly out at the waist, but it was out by like a millimeter, and I was just like, you know what, I'm not unpicking that to do that again, so nope. And the pattern matching along the back seam of the skirt, the top is slightly out, but again, that was where the zip went in, and it was out by again a couple of millimeters, so it's like, you know what, I'm not unpicking that either. But yeah, I'm really pleased with it. However, it's so weird. So you know all the work that I've done to make the darts work for me. So it ended up with it being the front bodice being an inch, 2 inches too wide, and I have no idea how that happened. Like zero idea how that happened. So I've done like a smoosh job on that one, which is fine. And I don't think you can tell. But I've also ended up with some drag lines from here. And I actually think that there's still a little bit too much room around the armholes. So I'm probably, because I really like this dress, I'm probably going to unpick the bodice and these seams here and just sneak it in a little bit. And I know I did that alteration to the other two dresses. Well, I did it to the lemon dress and then I changed the pattern. And I thought I was tracing from my changed pattern, but I'm wondering if I had somehow accidentally, I'm sure I changed the pattern because I remember filming it for the sew along. So we don't know. But yeah, the Melba dress has come out beautifully. I am so happy with it. It's such pretty fabric, to the point that I was going on to Lisa Chandler's website last night to look at her other prints. I do have the grey border print that I've got five meters of that one, or 4.5 meters of that one. And I'm like, what do I do with all of that fabric? I'm kind of thinking a tiered skirt. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that fabric. I'm even thinking I might actually just use it for a quilt because it is just that beautiful. And I really like the quilts that they've made with it. So I'm thinking I might do that. I might actually put it aside for a quilt because it is beautiful. But I also have I have the kit for one of the tote bags, like Mum's knitting bag. I have 2 sets of fat quarters from her for different things. And yeah, I went onto her website last night and I was looking at other fabrics, and she's done another design that I was just like, oh my god, I need that one. And I have a length of the Under the Australian Sun in my stash as well, which I do want to make the 9357 with. I think that's why quite a few people were sort of saying, oh, I would have given up with that dress ages ago. And the reason that I've persevered so much is because I love the silhouette on me. I really like the high neckline and the high back. I like that it's fitted. I love the pockets. And I know the pockets make my hips look bigger, but it makes my waist look smaller in comparison. So I like that. I just like the entire thing. And I can get it out of 3 meters of fabric or less. So, and I have, as you guys know, I went through I think I'm just repeating what I'm saying in the blog. So you might not need to watch the vlog tomorrow, except that I'm saying it in the new dress. So maybe just, have a look at the dress. But yeah, the reason I've persevered so much with that one is just because I just love the silhouette so much. So yes, Mum's just snuck in and snuck out again. Julie says tea is very important. Yes. Right, let's see if I can get this one right. Mirabella says, hello, hi, welcome. Anna says, how long do you keep Chi inside on a long stretch, as the Isle of Wight Zoo can give you lion poop, place where required, and by the time Chi is out again, the scent should have worn them off enough? Ask me how I know. At the moment, I am actually not. I'm keeping Chi inside at the moment because it's an open wound, and it was like a blister that's popped now, and it had swollen up, and it's, oh god, it smelled bad when it popped, and she licked it. Blah. But it's still kind of seeping, and as I say, Mum and I are bathing it in saline solution, and I'm gonna get her cone is arriving tomorrow, so she's gonna hate me for that. She's going to absolutely hate me for that. So I'm keeping her inside at the moment because I don't want her going outside and rolling around in the dust, because she loves dust baths, and I don't want anything getting into this wound. But yeah, I don't keep her in for very long. But that might be something to think about, sort of grinning and bearing it for a while. I'm also thinking, because Jackson Galaxies talks you through how to get your cat onto your sleep schedule, so that it's so tired that you keep it awake and keep it active, and you work out its rhythm, so that, because cats sleep twice as long as we do, they need about 16 hours a day maximum. It's 12 minimum. But he talks you through how to make sure that the cat is properly sleeping during the night. So it will be a bit difficult to get that done, but I'm willing to put in the time and trying to sort that out so that she can stay inside. Yeah, poor little monster. Duvalet says, found yesterday a Zachary Rushing here on YouTube, and he is hilarious. Don't mind cussing, and he is from the south of Mississippi, so the expressions he's using I'd never heard before. There are things that I don't agree with him, but the situation he finds himself in and the prank war with his girlfriend is just hilarious. I always like discovering new YouTubers. Julie says, I need to go and call Findus. He has not been home since Friday evening. Oh, Findus! Why is he stressing you out like this, Julie? It's not on, is it? And Sal says that sleeping thing also works on human kids too. See, that's something that I'm never going to have to worry about, Sal. So Angelique is here. Hi from sunny Greece to all. How's your leg, Angelique? Are you feeling any better? Tea. Yummy, yummy tea. Right, now, got cake time. And Caroline says that perhaps somebody else is feeding Findus. I mean, that's the other thing with that Siamese. It comes in and eats her food. And Dad, when I was up in London for 10 days, Dad came in and found the bloody thing asleep on the sofa. And Chiana's up the top, just like, how do I get rid of this? So, Julie says she thinks she heard him last night. I'm calling him with goodies. Yeah, that always works for me as well. Angelique says, one day her leg's okay, the other day not so much. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope it heals soon for you. Cake. This is why I'm chubby. I can't give up cake. Right. Sorry, I'm waiting to see what Mum's doing, because she's meant to be sewing this thing with us. Oh, we'll have to see if we can get her to show you the quilt. She's made some design decisions, and they look amazing. I think she's actually having a lunch now, by the sounds of things. Let me go and quickly ask her. I shall be back. Show them your quilt as well. I'm back. Did you behave yourselves? I hope you did. Mannequin's still in the same place. Right, so Mum is having her lunch now. She's then going to walk the dog, and she's then going to come and join us. So I'm going to carry on, because otherwise we'll be sitting here chatting for ages. My glasses are filthy, by the way. I would used to take my glasses off to film and put in contact lenses, or just be blind like I am now, because now it's now the chat's just a white blur. I cannot define any words. I can see emojis, but I can't see the expressions on the emojis either. But yeah, I used to hate wearing my glasses, and would avoid it as much as possible. But I now find it really weird looking at my face without them. I suppose it's because I look at my face quite as often as I do, because I edit myself every day. And yeah, I don't like it without glasses on. I think I'm making this worse. Just smearing it all around. This is proper glasses cleaner. Oh well, it's slightly better. I can see. Julie says, just uploaded a photo to the group of a visiting cat that came into the house today. Finder's his friend. I'm glad that he's a friend. It'd be nice if Chiana and this Siamese could somehow decide to get along. I think they just both want to be alpha cats. And Chiana's just so much smaller than it, and she's just, yeah, she needs to just run away more often and quicker. Judy says she chased the cat out after taking the photo. Yeah, same as me. Photo first, then chase the cat. Sal says, you know what time it is, Peeps? Mannequin moving time. No. No. Becca says, what pattern is your top you're wearing? I love the boat neckline. This is the Jennifer Lauren Gable tee. I love it. I love it. I love it to the point that all the new jerseys that I've bought, I kind of just want to make this with them, or the wanted tee. But I have so many patterns up there for different t-shirts. But a lot of the jerseys that I've bought recently are extra wide, so I'm hoping that I'll have enough left over to try some of those other t-shirts. But that way I'll still have one that I know I love, which is this one, because it's just awesome. Julie says, welcome back. Chatting is perfect. You look great in glasses. Thank you, Julie. Sal says, I agree with Julie. The look with looking great comment. Oh, thank you, Sal. Eileen says, good morning from Chicago. Good morning. It's definitely early there. Julie says, the one coming to visit is also the one from my last vlog. Ah, okay. Caroline says, pretty little visitor. And Carla says, I had LASIK surgery to get 20/20 vision, and then have special glasses for computers and another pair for sewing. I've never even inquired about LASIK surgery because my eyesight's so bizarre. I have one long-sighted and one short-sighted eye, and I don't think there's anything they can do for my left eye. I don't really see out of my left eye when my right eye is open. I have very little peripheral vision on this side. Because it's a lazy eye as well, fun times. And I used to have a squint, and I had lots of operations to correct that when I was a child. I even have a scar on my eyeball. It's very cool. But yeah, I know the success rate's amazing, but I would just be terrified that something would go wrong and I would lose the vision in my right eye, and then I really, really would be in trouble, because if I close my right eye, I can actually see out of my left. My left kind of kicks in, but not well. So yeah. The optician, when I went to him to get these glasses, he was just like, oh, you have such interesting eyes, and then started telling me about like all the different things. And he did actually, I have double vision as well, and my brain, I think that's why my brain tends to ignore the input from this left eye, because I do have double vision. My brain does not, or my eyes do not resolve the two images that the brain receives into one picture. So my depth perception is crap, which is why I'm terrible at racket sports. And the optician, when I went this time, he did manage to actually reconcile my vision so that I was seeing one image, and it instant headache. Like literally it went like this, and then it was just like my head exploded. It was so painful. And I think it's just because I'm not used to it. But it's a really weird kind of thing. If I think about things, I am seeing two of everything. And I think this, like I said, I think that's why this eye doesn't really, my brain doesn't register this one when this one is open, is because it does get really weird. But I can sit there, and I'm sure you guys can do this too. If you relax your eyes to a point, you can actually physically see two of something, which is how the information comes into your brain. It's just your brain smushes them together for you. So I'd be terrified of having LASIK, because if it went wrong, if I was the 1 in 20 million person that it went wrong on, I really would struggle. I really would struggle. So I mean, obviously I would then cope, and you deal with, you adjust and deal with stuff. But yeah, it's like when I get contact lenses. I only need contact lenses for my right eye. They don't even bother giving me them for my left. I do have a prescription lens in here, but again, like I say, I have to actually physically close this eye to see out of this one. And when I was a child, I used to actually have to wear patches, but the point was that you were wearing a patch, but your eye was open. You had to keep this eye open, but not see out of it. And used to watch TV like that, and it was just so annoying. I hated it. So yeah. But like I say, I like going to the optician because he's so lovely. He's very charming. He's kind of like waistcoat, fully kind of 3-piece suits, and he looks like he's from the 1890s kind of thing. But he was just so charming, and he was so excited because I have such weird eyes. He was just like, oh, this is so much fun. Oh yeah. Olivia says, good morning from Iowa, 6:30 a.m. here. Thank you so much for getting up so early, or thank you for hanging out with us so very early, Olivia. Welcome. Julie says, my husband had LASIK and he loved it. Carla says, I understand the fear because of my older age. They did one eye, but it worked. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Yeah. See, that's my problem. I don't think they would bother with this one. So they'd have to do this one. And if it went wrong, and then the actual operation itself, because you're away, can't you? And I just, no. Caroline says, I had detached retina, and after the fix, I've lost 65% of the 3D vision in my left eye. That's why I don't drive. See, I was worried that I wasn't actually going to be allowed to drive because of the way my eyes work. But nobody told me that I shouldn't. And, I could see the number plate that I meant to read in the distance. So, that's fine. Rachel's here. Hello, lovely. She says, my brother had some operation to correct his squint and it made it worse, so my mum wouldn't let me have it done. I did look into it myself when I was about 20, but the surgeon said it was too minor. Oh. I don't know how bad my squint was. It was definitely kind of like 8, 9, 10-ish when I had mine corrected. I think it was pretty bad though. I remember I had to have 2 operations. Ooh. And then you had to put cream in your actual eye afterwards. And I used to scream at Dad because he was the one that had to do it, because you had to actually hold me down. And I used to get one of those little jewel toys that was looked like a jewel, but if you opened it up, you could fold out the head and the arms and legs, like Polly Pocket or something like that. But I used to get one of those every time I went through a bottle of cream. Bribery. Julie says, you're special, Sean. Thank you. Yeah, Wilson wears glasses, but he wears glasses for like distancing every now and again if his eyes get tired. And he tried mine on and he was like, whoa! Immediately felt sick. He's like, no, this is not right. Make it stop. No. Cassie says, it's strange. My double vision usually kicks in when I'm drinking grape juice. Maybe I need more of it. Michelle says, hello, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, Michelle. Julie says, it's like getting a new pattern in fabrics. What is? Did I miss? Oh, sorry. Did I miss something? Pauline says, my son had an op for a squint at 30 years old. Unfortunately, it's much improved and perfect with his lens. Well, that's good. Angeliki says, Carla, I had laser 23 years ago in both my eyes and no astigmatism. And now astigmatism comes with little myopia in my right eye. And of course, I'm wearing glasses again. Oh. Brookdale says, afternoon, I joined the crazy queue this morning to buy the little hot tub. We were just filling it up now. The kids are so excited. Oh, that's very cool. Very cool. Sal says, I have a rare condition that mainly happens to men called central serous retinopathy, which basically means that my eye leaks liquid in the back of retina when I stress.
I don't suppose you have any sausages in your freezer at the moment?
Not sausages. That sounds very weird, Sal. Is it painful? I hope not. Otherwise, just constant chill. Laurie says, morning, I had RK surgery in 1994 before LASIK. Ooh, wow. Julie says it still works. The bribery thing. Yeah. It was literally the only way they could get me to even tolerate it. Having cream put in your eye is not fun. Surely there was a better way. I think it was to lubricate it or something. But I still remember it. Dad having to chase me around his bedroom and like literally hold me down to put this. And you just have to wear glasses and with a pad in it so it keep this eye shut while it was healing. And I was at school and everyone was calling me a pirate and stuff. So yeah, that was fun. Carla says, if you've seen Final Destination 5, then you know what my feel. No. I have seen a few clips from Final Destination movies, and that's how my brain works. Like if we are behind a truck on a motorway that has logs on it, my brain immediately goes, yep, that's going to kill me. I cannot watch those kind of films. We've talked about this before, but nope. And Carla, if you've seen that and still went and had it done, I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't want to know what you're talking about. But if you saw something like that and you still manned up wet pants and went and had it done, then I mean, there was no wet pants. Like that's brave. Alison is here. Hello. I'm currently undergoing laser therapy as I have diabetic retinopathy, which is bleeding behind the eyes due to type 1 diabetes. I don't need glasses as yet. I hate having the laser done. Oh, you poor thing. And she says, I've treated myself to a rare Neki Julia machine. I reward myself for having laser therapy, which is challenging. Yes, I think that's perfectly reasonable, Alison. Julie says, being your eye doctor is like getting a pattern and your fabrics all at once. Ah, okay. Yes, I got it. Caroline says, it's definitely easier to do it yourself, but not nice. Oh, no, I was a 10-year-old. There's no way I was doing it myself. No. Dublet says, I had 2 operations on both eyes when I was 3 and 4 years old to fix lazy eyes. I still get lazy eye when I'm tired, but the glasses is more of a habit than a necessity. Yes, apparently when I've had a little bit too much to drink, this eye just wanders this way and people are like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm not doing anything. But again, because I don't really register anything that I see from this eye, I don't notice it's going off in this direction. And they're just like, oh, that's so weird. Stop it. What? Lisa says, well, I might as well talk about my eyes. Yeah, I mean, that's clearly what we're doing today. I have a disease called retinitis pigmentosus. So unfortunately, I'm very slowly losing my eyesight, perishable vision, and can no longer draw. Oh, Lisa, I'm so sorry. And she says disease, not diseasel, but diseasel? Diesel, sorry. I'm not laughing at you. Olivia says Final Destination with love heart emoji. Olivia, you're weird. Weird. Cake. Sorry. Sal says, when the liquid is there, it's like looking underwater and can give me a bad headache because the other has to work overtime to compensate. And Lisa says, peripheral, not perishable. Ah, okay. But yes, I do wonder if I should be driving with the lack of vision I have on this side. I actually have to fully turn my head to check the wing mirror on that side of the car. Caroline says, my son has always been phobic about eye injuries, and not long after I'd had my op, he was at Comic-Con and the kid had an eye injury. I was so proud that he jumped in to help. Oh, bless. The doctors at Moorfield said he saved the lad's eyesight. So proud of he faced his fears. Oh, that's amazing. And Julie says, oh, that must hurt, Alison. Yeah, well, doesn't sound good. Rachel says, my eye does its own thing when I'm drunk or tired. It seems we have our own party trick. Yeah. Same, yeah. Mine does it the same when I'm tired as well. You can tell that I'm getting tired because again, it'll just go, huh? Like, right? Why? Lisa says I can drink wine whilst my husband's is the designated driver. This is true. This is true. Duvlay says during the lockdown, I just put my glasses down and don't wear them unless my eyes get tired. I see perfectly without them, so I'm living without glasses and contacts every day. That's nice. Crafting Bev says, I wear trifocals and have been ever since I was 12 or 13. It's the only fear I have that one day I may not be able to see to do my stitching or use my hands because of arthritis. Oh gosh, yes. My nana had severe arthritis to the point where her hands were literally like this. She used to have gold injected into her knuckles. But she was one of the ones that used to sew. She used to make all of her children. She had 3 kids. My dad's the eldest, and she used to dress them all the same as well. So she had a knitting machine, and so they were, she'd knit them 3 jumpers in a day, kind of thing, which sounds amazing. And so it's just on the knitting machine. But she used to dress her kids the same because if she lost one, she could take the other 2 to a policeman and say, "I'm missing one that looks like this." But yeah, Nana had a really bad arthritis, and so and obviously couldn't knit or sew or do anything like that anymore. So I hope yours is not that bad, Craft and Bev. And yes, I obviously don't understand personally, but I have witnessed that sort of thing. So yeah, I can understand that being a large fear. Duvlay says, I can't wear contacts after a terrible eye infection from it. Oh, ouch. Sal says, I wrote a Final Destination-esque story in which the death kills only the coins because of the humans' love for money. Only with coins. Oh, dear. Yeah. I don't think I would enjoy some of your books, Sal. I just, that kind of thing, I then can't get it out of my head. It's like the Final Destination thing, like I say, with the logs on the back of a truck. I think it was poles, wasn't it? But yeah, I saw that clip. And now, whenever I see a car like that on a motorway, I have to get away from it or keep far away from it. Blah. Overactive imagination. Julie says, my glasses too are more of a habit than anything. Now I'm actually just blind without mine. And I don't know if you can, I think I've shown you this, guys, before and it freaked you out, but because I've got one long-sighted and one short-sighted, if you actually look at me, you can see that this eye is magnified and this eye is made smaller, so I actually look really weird. Again, it's one of those things that I try not to get too close so that it doesn't look too weird, but yeah. Olivia says, my husband, auto tech by trade, had a bolt fly straight into his eye and had to have surgery. He said it was the worst pain ever. Oh, maybe we should stop talking about this. You can actually see me physically cringing. I had managed to get an iron filing under my eyelid once, and I had to go to hospital to have it was an eye emergency, specific an eye emergency ER, and they froze my eye, flipped my eyelid up and took it off. It was tiny. It was absolutely tiny, but that was excruciating because I couldn't blink. Oh, it was horrible. It was really, really horrible. But no, that's yeah. I'm literally like Sally Stapleton, says, I just had laser surgery to put 2 holes in my eyes to let the fluid drain around my eyes. Not as bad as I imagined. That's good. Thank you for that. Making us all sound a little bit better. Hanny says, hello, I'm here a bit late. I'm mailing a top. Nice and welcome. Pauline says to Rachel, don't we just? Yeah, wandering eyeballs. Nimue is here. Hello, my love. Nightmare Bugs. Hope everyone can see to click. Hope everyone can see the thumbs up to click. Thank you. Caroline says, my mum had the gold injections. Cassie says, my eyes always wander when hot men are around. Sorry, I guess I'm in a joking mood today. Yeah, that happens to me too. It's both eyes though. For some reason, my vision suddenly clears when yeah. Remember when I was working at the tunnel, they were building another outbuilding to put the cafe into, and oh my goodness, this guy had clearly been working out and also been in the sun for the entirety of summer. I think it was towards the end of summer. Oh, all of us were just stood at the front of the tunnel, just like he was not pretty. He was a total Bob Fock. Body of Baywatch, face of Crime Watch. That means. But yeah. Yes. Anyway, let's stop objectifying men and move on. And Olivia is laughing at Cassie. Glad it's not just me. Anna says, I had a severe cycling accident when I was about 12 and I could have lost my left eye, and how my vision was not compromised or wear spectacles is amazing. All that is very lucky, Anna. I mean, not lucky that you had the accident, but lucky that you didn't lose your sight. Sal says, don't worry, I write other things like science fiction and romance. That I'll read. Angeliki says, Craft and Bev, fingers crossed, as Sean said, I hope when this happens to all of us to be an age that we have not opted to sew like 90 years old. Carla says, it's amazing the vision hurdles that sewists overcome for something that requires vision. Yes. Rose says, so many great facial expressions for future thumbnail use. Oh God, no. Caroline says, Hubs loves to gross people out by describing no. Anna says, I spared you the description. Yes, thank you, Anna. Julie says, my eye is different size no matter what. It's more clear when I'm tired. Alison says to Julie, I take some strong Panadol before and after the procedure. I hate having the lens being put directly on my eye, and when we had the laser hits the nerve. Crafting Bev says, my grandmother and 2 of my aunts on my mother's side and 1 of my aunts on my father's side both had ED as I do, and their hands, and when they died, they couldn't use them. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. Linnea's here. Hello, everybody. Linnea and Tabitha here. Oh, Tabitha's there as well. Hello. Bronte says, Wandering Eyeballs sounds like a great name for a band. It does, actually. So, that could be interesting. So Lily Bells is here. My dad had an eye accident. We'll not go into the details. He said he was not worried till the eye doctor took the temporary patch off. She yelped and jumped back. He is completely fine now. Thank goodness for that. And Julie says, men in work pants. Yum. Oh, this guy knew what he was doing as well, because he had tiny shorts on, and then he tucked his tiny shorts into his underwear so he could get more of a tan. So he was basically wandering around in a pair of Speedos. But yeah. My then boyfriend actually worked at the same place as well, and he got really busy with me, and it was just like, you do this to women all the time. Like, I see you looking at women all the time. Like, don't get pissy with me about one time for a couple of days. Una's here. Hello, how are you? Raella's here as well. Hi from Spain. I hope I've said that even slightly correctly. Sal says, by the way, funny thing is that the eye with the condition survived having battery acid in it, but got stressed during the divorce and leaked it. Okay. Let's move on, because I can feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, and my neck is disappearing as well. That's one thing that happens to me when I'm grossed out. My neck, I just curl in like tortoise, just retracting into my no. No. Cassie says, that does it. I'm leaving Australia to find this man. Oh dear. He was quite short as well. He was quite short, but it was very pretty. Misha says, hello, sorry for being late. Don't worry, Misha. Hello, thank you for joining us. 55 minutes in and I've done 0 sewing. That's about right. Rita says, I'm good, thanks. Been doing housework this morning. A nice brunch and time for some sewing. Awesome. Caroline says, buttons all on now to remember where my button chisel is. Alison says, how is Chiana today? I've talked about this, Alison. She got attacked by the Siamese again. She now has quite a large sort of wound on her side behind her shoulder blade. Mum and I are looking after it. We don't think we need to take her to the vet. She's fine in herself. She's moving, she's fine. But I've ordered a cone of shame because she won't stop licking it. And that's not good. So, yeah. Oh, Cassie says, that's fine. I'm only 5'2". Okay. I think we actually, as a collective group, we actually stalked him and found him on Facebook. I couldn't for the life of me remember what his name is now. But yeah, he had blonde hair, but he had a really thick black beard. It was a really weird combination. But it also I just wondered what his face looked like when he shaved the beard off, because he'd got such a tan everywhere else. I wondered, he just like a white. Yeah. Crafting Bear says, don't feel so bad. I've been up for over 2.5 hours and I still haven't done anything in the way of stitching, and you haven't been keeping me, and you have been keeping laughing because what everyone's telling you. I'm glad you've been laughing because I literally thought. Una says, nice top. Thank you. Leslie says, can we talk about something else? I have a bad eye and I hate talking about... Yes, let's talk about something else, Leslie. Thank you. Yes, let's talk about some sewing. I've got pizza wedges to sew together. Let's do that. Nimue says, poor Chi. And Alison says, poor Chi as well. Julie says, my brother, I was saved by contacts once, but he has gotten the LASIK and is happy about it. That's good. Right. My hay fever. Got the window open. Oh. Una says, pizza wedges? Yeah, look, pizza wedges. Pizza. Does that not remind you of pizza? I'm going to totally want a pizza at the end of this. But I have to sew my pizzas together. So I'm going to do that. And it's 3/8 of an inch seam allowance. So Mum and I are kind of weirded out about the way that they want us to press this, because I think it's going to get really bulky at the center. But we're doing as the pattern tells us. So, yes. Julie says, still have pictures of men in work pants in my head. That's good. Leslie says, did you have a storm on the island the other night? We did, yes. In fact, was it last night? We did have a big storm though, yes. We did indeed. It threw a lot of pine cones at my windows, which is always fun in the middle of the night. You get pine cones thrown at you, just like, what's going on? Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pin them all together and then start sewing. And I'm also going to curse the fact that I chose velvet, because some of the naps of these velvets segments are going in slightly different directions, which is making it slightly difficult to pin these together. It'll be fine. It'll look really pretty when it's finished. Sorry, I'm just kind of looking at my lap now because that's where I'm pinning. Julie says, when will the quilting queen get home from her walk? I think she's still having her lunch, to be honest, but probably not for a little while. Raella says, I used to sew the cones for our cat using flannel-backed vinyl tablecloths, softer than hard plastic, but kept them from licking. Yeah, the one I've got, Chiana, is actually a fabric one. It's not the plastic one. She's never had a collar on ever in her life. It feels like I haven't got enough pizza wedges. Where'd the rest of my pizza wedges go? We don't put collars on our animals. We had a horrible accident because of a collar and lost a dog. So none of our animals ever wear collars anymore. Just because we don't obviously want to repeat that. And it was a safety collar. So yeah. Yes, I have bought Chiana a soft fabric cone of shame, and it's big enough that even if it folds back, she won't be able to reach the area that she's licking, where the wound is. She's only there's 2 wounds on her back, and one of them she can get to, one of them is further up and she can't quite get to it. So yeah, right. Okay. I feel like I should have more than this. Apparently I don't, so fingers crossed that's enough. We shall see. Anyway, let's sew these together at 3/8 of an inch, and I can't decide if I'm meant to keep the seam allowance. I think I probably am. We'll see how this goes. Julie says, I'm going to get one of those low jack GPS chips for Findus to put under his skin. I didn't know that they did that now, but that's, yeah. Chiana is microchipped. And whenever mum and dad take the dogs out of the house, they have always got a harness on with to have a collar on a dog with its details on it. So you know that, but when they're in the house, none of our animals wear collars anymore. Angelique says, until the middle of June, we have here in Greece bad weather. It was something like autumn. Last week it seems like summer has come. It's been a really weird year for many reasons, but also weather, because we've had your summer or your spring basically, Angelique. So Sal says an hour in and Shana's finally sewing. Everything is normal. Yeah. Determined to get this done today. And there's me thinking I'm going to start sewing some of these 8577s as well, because I need to film my June lookbook on Wednesday morning. I need to get all my film done Wednesday morning, and I really want to finish that, which means that I need to draft this quarter circle skirt, cut out the muslin, make the muslin up, see if I like it, and then sew this one. So yeah, I really want to get that finished because I want to wear it. Who doesn't want to walk around with a giant cockatoo on their boobs? I did manage to completely avoid putting flower medallions on my boobs with my Melba dress yesterday as well, which is awesome. So, okay. I think I'm meant to have left those seam allowance flat. Really not sure about this. Let's see how this has gone together. Oh, okay. Okay. Have a wedge. Bigger pizza wedge now. Pizza. totally going to want pizza for dinner. Angelique says, yes, I agree. Very strange weather. Julie says, I don't know that they do either, but I'm getting really worried by now. Findus also doesn't wear a collar. Yeah, I knew you could get ones that little GPS that tracks them on their collars, but I didn't know if they did them for under the skin. I hope they develop that soon, because that would be great. I don't know if they can make the GPS small enough and workable if it's an injectable, though. Cassie says, it's weird here too. Middle of winter and Melbourne is sunny. Sal says, I had pizza for dinner tonight. Alison says, I know you may have answered this previously, but is your pincushion a useful pincushion from Etsy? It is indeed. It is indeed. It was a very, very lovely gift from the lovely Candy, who also came up with the rule of thumb that if I behaved myself at the dentist, I got to buy fabric. And then she said, when I go and have my wisdom teeth out, that's an operation, so I deserve a new sewing machine. Trouble is, I'd want another one of these. That's at least like $3,000, if not 4. New, and I don't have room for it. It would literally be for when this one went in for service. So I'm thinking I probably ought not to do that. Unless I win the lottery. Although I won £2.10 on the lottery on Friday. That's not going to buy me a new sewing machine, is it? Concentration face. Okay. Have a look. Okay. Why do I feel like I'm losing pieces? I feel like I'm sure I've got what I need here, but I really hope I cut enough. I'm sure I did. I saw somebody on Instagram this morning who had made 5 of these, and they all looked fairly full as well. I was impressed. But she'd also done some things like some of them she had offset the side panels so that they were different to the top panels, and some of them she'd done them all the same, and I'm going to need your advice. Okay. So I have quarters now, but I've only got, oh no, okay. Maybe I should have looked at the instructions, because I think I've made life difficult for myself, and I've sewn it in a way that it's going to make putting it together difficult. I think I was meant to end up with sew those two together. Oh yeah, I was meant to sew it right. I'm going to unpick this one because I was meant to sew it together to yeah. So this is not a sew along of how to do this thing. I was meant to sew not sew pairs together. I was meant to sew 3 pairs into halves. But I am doing this now without the instructions because that's sensible, right? Okay, at least I'm making the mistakes now, and then Mum's going to come in and be like, "What do I do?" And I'm like, "You don't want to do this. Ask me how I know." So this is all the stuff that I cut out of the sew-alongs because it's me just being a twit. Talk amongst yourselves. This was also a lovely present from Candy, hand-turned seam ripper, and it's got an awl on the other side. I like this a lot. Anyway, where did we get to with the chat? Okay, I've missed a bit of the chat. Hang on, let's bring this down. Right, so Una says, "Oh, just realised you're still working on the Pouf. Wedges make sense now." Yes. I am still working on the Pouf. I did say I haven't touched it all week. I was really excited to, but I haven't touched it all week because I was just like, no, I'm going to wait for you guys. Because we're going to sew along together. And then Una says, "I'm working on the toile for my first shirt I'm making ever, which happens to be for my husband." Oh, that's very nice. Angeliki says, "I want to apologise, but I do not understand what is the project that what you're working on with pizza something." It's like a Moroccan Pouf it's a scrap buster because you're not meant to buy new fabric lengths to cut out the actual Pouf itself unless you're me. But it also then will. These are all my offcuts and tiny scraps from my dresses. You can see there's the Eve dress, and there's the 7974. There's my green coat, and then there's the mum scraps. And those are going to be what stuffs this. So I'm excited because it'll be nice to have all of these bags of stuff off the floor. And then the next ones that I'm going to make, I said last time, I'm going to buy a bale of towels and sew those into dog beds, and then I'm going to use my scraps to make dog beds for the local RSPCA. That's what I'm going to do with the rest of my scraps. I hope that clears it up, Angeliki. Una says his job hunting right now, and because he worked in construction office, he always wore jeans and a t-shirt. Now he needs proper office wardrobe. That's very nice that you're making it for him, Una. Good luck with the shirt. They're really fun to make. They're fiddly, but I enjoy the processes. Not that I've made shirts for any man. I've only made them for myself, but yeah. Caroline says, "Don't spend all of my lottery winnings at once." Sal says, "To remember that now that I'm rich, to remember us poor people." Alison says, "Nearly all the new baninas are made in Asia. It's the only high-end, other words, most expensive, that are still being made in Switzerland. Be like me and hold on to your Swiss-made machines." Yeah. Yeah, if I won the lottery, I totally would have a fleet of these things. I love it. I do love it. Vox says, "What is the best way to sew a skirt to a lined bodice? I'm trying to make it neat inside." So you want to sew the skirt to the outer bodice, keeping the lining out of the way. And the way I do it, any distraction from unpicking. Okay. So you'll be able to tell what's the outside because it's got a giant cockatoo on it. So you want to sew your skirt to this, keeping your lining completely free and out of the way. And then with your lining, I have pressed under the seam allowance, as you can see there. And then once your bodice is sewn to your skirt, you can then you can sew in the ditch, but I like to, I've come round to the hand stitching way of things. So you then want to slip stitch this to the seam of your skirt to your bodice. I hope that makes sense. Now my mannequin is naked. Let's just put this back on. If you watch any of my sew-alongs, the finishing the dress part will talk you through that. Oh, itchy nose. Oh, hay fever's annoying. But yeah, that's how I do it. Where did I get to? Alison says, or in my case, should I say machines? I have 4 of them. Wow. Julie says, they don't make under the skin GPS systems for animals yet. Cassie says, yeah, to Alison, it's been chilly, but Melbourne is renowned for temperamental weather. And Debbie says, the Pouf pattern will give me a perfect use for hubby's old jeans. That will look very cool. Alison says to Cassie, I know what you mean. I was born and bred in Melbourne. It is usually cold and rainy this time of year. Crafton Bev says, with all the doll clothes I have made for 18-inch dolls, Cabbage Patch dolls, and fashion dolls, I am still unstitched. I still having to unstitch things because of mistakes. Alison says, I saw an unpick that had a light with it today to make unpicking in fleas. Yeah, that sounds very cool. Julie says, perhaps I should find go and find a couple of tablecloths that can be dried off and make an outside Pouf. Ooh, yeah, that would be very cool. Cassie says to Alison, I am a Wangaratta girl myself, so while I know Melbourne is the change of a life, I have consistency built in. I'm guessing you come from somewhere where it's warm pretty much all the time. Julie says, going to call the cat again. Hope he comes back. Alison says to Cassie, my dad's family is from up that way. They came from Chiltern. Angelique says, you don't believe it, but yesterday I was looking for something like that and it was in front of me. Fox 3D says, thank you. No worries at all. Sarah says, hi folks, sorry I'm late. I have been able to visit my mum. Oh, I hope she's well. And Julie says, well, perhaps a bit of tidying is in order. So I've caught up with the chat. Let's finish unpicking these so that I can then sew them to the correct pieces. This is why I should not make things up as I go along. Right. Ugh. I've been rewatching some old Rachel Makesy videos, so I now have all of her songs in my head again, which is always fun. Come on. There we go. Right, let's do as actually instructed and sew it into halves so that you can then, because otherwise I would have had a Y seam to try and sew, and no thanks. Let's make life as easy as possible. Get rid of all these threads. Yeah, I've got Rachel Makesy songs in my head now. Fun times. Let's see, where did we get to? Cassie says, doing well with the tan name Sean. Oh, good. I think I even said a Waratah flower correctly. Did I? Kathy says, good morning, Sean from PA in USA. Love your cat outfit this morning. Thank you very much. Nimue says, I have a feeling I'll be even less chatty than usual today. 24 panels to turn into a skirt will keep me busy. Sal says, 24 panels, wow. And then Angelique says to Julie, you can find some fabric for garden pillows. It's canvas but waterproof. Yeah, I've got some of that in my stash. And now that you've said that, I'm really tempted. Now, I'm going to be sewing this together with the seam allowances open still. Oh, yeah, that's not right. It's pin from the... Don't pin in your laps, people. Pin on a flat surface. Don't be like me. It's not big and it's not clever. Oh God, okay. Cassie says, yes, I did say Waratah correctly. Now try. Did you bring a grog along? Oh dear. Have you seen the meme going around about the Australian slang around coronavirus? I just thought it was absolutely hilarious. Something that you should Google if you have not already seen it. Funny. Okay, let's say this seemed the correct way this time. See, this is, I don't know how they expect me to. Okay. It's going to be so bulky at the middle. Might have to get Mum to re-explain how a quartz would put this together. Okay, let's see how this has turned out. That's massively off. It's super bulky and like it's not even even. Why are they making me sew it together like this? It's so weird. Why is that not even? Let's do the other one and see if I can get that one even. If I can, and then I'll unpick this one because it is supposed to be possible. Right. Sal says, I have an American friend that finds it hard to say a city name near me. Wollongong? So it's just turning into, let's see if we can make Sean say things wrong. Julie says, well, at the moment I'm taking in all of the stuff from the terrace anyway, so one more thing will not make the greatest difference in the world. This is true. If you're going to make one of these for outside, I would definitely have it have a lining bag that you can take it in, take in and out. I don't think this is going to work. Today's live stream could be a lot of me unpicking things. I think this one's going to be off as well. I wonder if I can just fudge it together. Yeah, that's massively off. How do they expect this to go together like that? I mean, Mm. I am confused. Let's actually get the instructions out. Let's get this. Let's get this. The instructions out. Okay. No, not that one. Ultimate scrapbusting project. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. I'm doing it like they say. I don't like the results I'm getting because it's not. Let's unpick some more things. I'm going to unpick some. I'm going to unpick this so it's back into doubles, and then I'm going to press it differently because I don't think pressing it open is the right way to go. I think that's stupid. Fun times. Let's not stab myself with the seam ripper. That would be good. Yeah, I don't think I've made my life easy for myself with using velvet because it is kind of slipping a little bit, but I just, yeah. Where did we get to? Julie says more pressing matter is actually to make my sofa cushions because they're splitting at the seams. Ah, yes. Sofa cushions first, perhaps. Angelique says, how's Big Bird? She is good, and the family is all good. Yes, they are happy. Big Bird is still at work, obviously. She is in the NHS. Julie says, I'm going to make up my own way of sewing it together when it comes to the time comes. I think that's a good idea. And Steffi is here. Good morning. Hello. Welcome. Right. Yeah, so if you were doing this and pressing this the way quilters would, you'd press all the seams in one direction so that they would nest in the center. Okay. So I'm going to unpick one side and try putting it together the way I want to put it together and see if that makes any difference. Probably not. Probably me just being very bad at this, but you know, we'll see. We shall see. Dad says, hello, I'm slaving away in the kitchen making wild partridge casserole and cauliflower cheese while you're all on a jolly. P.S. Tad of laundry as well, who says men can't multitask. I don't think anyone said that, Dad, but okay. Carol's here from sunny New York. Hello, Carol. How are you, my lovely? Dinner sounds good, though. Not that I'm getting any of that. Right. Okay, getting there. Slowly but surely. So I've got quite a lot of work to try and get done at the beginning of next week, because I'm taking from Thursday to the following Friday off. There won't be a hangout next weekend. There will be a video going up, but there won't be a hangout. But how do you guys feel about the hangout that comes after that, or the next hangout, not next weekend, but the weekend after? How do you feel about going through my fabric stash with me? Because I think there's some bits in there that I do want to de-stash, or just donate to a local school or something, because there's a few bits in there that I just don't think I'm ever going to want to actually sew up. So yeah, how do we feel about that for the next hangout? What are your thoughts? Let me know. Caroline says yes. Carol says yes. Always love to see the fabric. Rachel Lynn says sounds like fun. Sal says sounds good to me. Cassie says sounds awesome. Awesome. Yeah, let's do that then. You guys can help me as well, because there will be bits in there that I'll get sentimental about, and it'll be like, no, behave yourself. Una says awesome idea, especially if we can buy what you're getting rid of. Yeah, you're very welcome to, but I don't think I think it's going to be kind of bits and pieces that I wasn't quite so discerning about. So it's going to be more of the polyesters in there, and it's none of the Lady McElroy will be going, just saying. Okay, they're apart. So I'm going to go and press them so that the seams are all over to one side. Where did we get to? Caroline says, hello, I've been quietly stalking this morning and while tending to the animals. Sean, could you show me your seam ripper? I'd love to hear your review of it. It's this one. I love this thing. It was a present from Candy from Santa Cruz, and it was gorgeous. Julie says, you decide. Angeliki says, Danny sir, you are God, and I believe that if a man wants, he can make miracles. Sophie says, seeing your fabrics are always cool. And Julie says, to Sal, how is the book going? Right, so we're going to twist around, and I'm going to... Oh, the iron is plugged in. That's good. I'm going to do some ironing in... let's see if this goes together any better, because that did not work for me. And I am clearly impatient and should wait. Yeah, I just made that wet now. Okay. Actually, while that's heating up, I'm going to go and have a quick bio break, so I'll be back in just a second. Don't move the mannequin. I'm back. Did you all behave yourselves? Cecilia is here. Hello. You're terrible. Oh dear. Caroline says, thank you, Mum. Sal says, Julie, slow. I go through moments of heaps of writing and then nothing. Right now, going through a nothing moment. Rachel Lynn says, ready, everyone? 3, 2, 1, make that mannequin move. Cecilia says, Sal, sorry if you've already answered that. What is your book about? Right, let's see. Your hand should be warm now. Hot, not warm. Yeah, look at all that steam. I reckon this is going to make this easier. But we shall see. We shall soon see. Still so bit more unpicking needed here. There we go, that's better. Right. Okay, let's try this again. This time, this way around. In my head, I think this is going to be easier, but I mean, we'll soon see. I also think when it's this way around, you can kind of see your match point a bit better. think Mum's still out walking the dog at the moment. Right. Let's give this a go. Where did we get to? Where do we get to? Julie says, Sal, I get that too with all creatives. And then Julie is asking what Nancy's name is. It's Nancy. Sorry, she's asking who Polly Dolly is. And Sal says to Cecilia, my book is my own version of Dracula. That is historical fiction, which mainly focuses on his first wife. Cassie says, for some reason, the steam button on the iron sounds like Donald Duck in my TV speaker. Cecilia says, oh, that sounds delightfully interesting. Caroline says, is there a hashtag to see everyone's final poofs? No, not yet. I shall have to create one, shan't I? Yes, or at least put them up in the Peeps group. Put a poofs thread in the Peeps group. Steffi says, I feel that going through a massive creative slump at the moment. Haven't made anything in weeks. Oh. Julie says to Cecilia, as being one who have read the first draft of the first chapter, I'll say the structure of the story is very intriguing. Ooh. Right. Okay. Let's give this a go. So look, how did that come out? Okay, I'm slightly happy with that. I'm going to go and press this. So those together, so I need to. Oops. Okay. Right, now I've got to sew on the next one. And it doesn't help that I'm sewing with velvet and quilters would usually be sewing with quilting cotton. So I can kind of understand why they want to do it with everything pressed open to try and reduce the bulk. But we shall see. Anyway, where did we get to? Steffi says, random question, Sean. Have done a sew along for the Sirocco or pattern review. I think I'd like to attempt one and see if I can get my Sojo back. I haven't. I do intend on doing a pattern review. I've made 4. I've kept, which I've kept 2. I plan on making another 3, and I do still have some more tweaks that I want to make to the pattern to make it work for me. So I haven't done it pattern review yet. Probably won't do a sew along for it. I tend to not do sew alongs for indie patterns because they usually have some kind of resource themselves or want to release a class around their patterns. That's why I've not done a By Hand London Anna sew along, because they, when I asked, which actually was a couple of years ago, they did say that they were going to be releasing a class for the Anna dress. So that doesn't help with the Sirocco, does it? But probably not sew along, but definitely a pattern review, going through all the tweaks that I've made to it. And because I have made a few. Excuse me. Oh, I don't know if this is going to work. Why does my email keep doing that? Let's see if I can just turn email off. There we go. Where did I get to? Nimue says, have written barely anything since Christmas, but I'm finally getting back into it. Oh, that's good. Sal says, that made me smile, Julie. Thank you. Nightmare Bug says, not sure if you've already covered this, but what did you think of the sewing, the final sewing bee? I really enjoyed it. I'm glad the person won that did. I think she deserved to win. Boy, this is bulky. I thought all of them had made really pretty dresses. But I'm glad the person that won. Oh, that's slightly better. At least it's kind of even now. It is very bulky in the middle, but I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. I think my machine will cope with it. But it's sitting evenly now, and because I can match up the center points a lot easier this way, which does mean that I have to unpick the other half. Fun times. Who knew making pizza was so difficult? Right. Let's just give this a press. Yeah, velvet was probably not the best of ideas, but we have half a pizza. Which has got a very chunky middle. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm pretty sure I'm going to put a decorative button on the middle. If I can. Just picking up threads. Right, so unpicking the other set, because you can see how uneven that was. Not good. Right. Seam ripper. What did I do with my seam ripper? It's hiding behind the cushion. Where did we get to? Julie says, Sal, you're very welcome. Carol says to Steffi, great pattern to get your sojo back. I may wear mine today. I love the Sirocco. It is good. Alex says, hi all. Julie says, hi, Alex. Lots of say hello to Alex. Steffi says, sweet. Noted, Carol. Awesome. Alex says, hi, Julie. Hi, Sal. Hi, Alison, and everyone. Julie says, that self-designed dress set. Oh, yeah, that was beautiful. That was, I mean, they were all very, very good. I just think that the person that won should have won, right? You know, yeah. Julie says, I'm late because we can finally have stuff done in the house. We can let the builders in. Ah, awesome. Julie says, Pizza Man. Nightmare Bug says, yes, that was amazing. Self-drafted dress design. Cassie says, sorry, I ate the other half. I was hungry. Yum, a pizza though. Right. So I need to, this is the one I need to unpick. Unpicking all the things. Has anyone seen on Textile Express the very, very beautiful leaf-covered velvet that they've got in stock? It's just stunning. I want to buy it and make cushions with bright pink piping around or cording around the edges. But because I've bought this peacock velvet, I don't think the two would go together. But if we do move to a place where I can have a separate bedroom and sitting room, then I am totally going to keep the peacocks for the bedroom, and then I'm going to have leafy front room, green and pink front room, because of course I am. If they still have any of that velvet available. I know it went out of stock once. But it is beautiful. And it got leaves on it, so of course I like it. Okay, here we are. One off. Oh, excuse me. Caroline says, I agree. Really happy with the Great British Sewing Bee result. Julie says, Carol, me too. Sal says, Julie, I decided to add some Lovecraft stuff into my story. Nightmare Bug says, I have to admit the winner had my backing from the start. She comes from Winchester, where I live. Bias much. Oh, cool. My brother lives just outside Winchester, actually, during the week. Julie says, Sal, Cassie says, I ordered some gorgeous peacock feather print cotton from Spotlight. They cancelled my order. Oh no! Why did they cancel your order? Oh, Alison, has the parcel arrived back with you yet? The well-travelled parcel that sat in Northampton for like a month. Wilson's awake. He's been playing Grand Theft Auto with his friends online. He only played till 1 last night. So, yeah, he was playing Grand Theft Auto, and they went on a heist, and it didn't finish. Well, they didn't finish the heist, and they were still playing at 5 a.m. in the morning. I used to do that kind of thing. I haven't in ages. I miss having a console. I'm not sure what console I'd get though if it was to get a new one, because I kind of want to get the Nintendo because I love all the Zelda games, but then kind of want the PlayStation because I love the Kingdom Hearts games. I don't know, I want them all. That's perfectly reasonable, right? Yay! Right. Let's go and press these seams to one side. Where did you get to with the chat? Oh, Cassie says the fabric was out of stock. Oh, that's sad. Nightmare Beg says I'm in Sparsholt on outskirts of Winchester. Ah. James is in Worthy Down. During the week anyway. And then he either goes back to see Big Bird or she comes down to visit him. Is this warm? No, it's any warm. Let's read the chat. Julie says, morning to Wilson. Sal says, the only Grand Theft Auto I've played is the first one that came out in the late 90s. Oh, wow. Alison says to Cassie, which fabric was it? I saw some peacock fabric at Spotlight this week, and I'm going to use to line the pockets of my culottes. Ah, pretty. Cecilia says, does he watch the lives? Just what kind of boyfriend is he? Haha, joke. No, he doesn't watch my channel at all, which I'm quite grateful for actually, because I find it weird when anyone I know watches this and then comments to my face about it, which is stupid because it's my job, but I do find it strange. Yeah, no, but he doesn't watch the lives, which is fine. Christine is here. Bonjour, peeps. Bonjour, Christine. Nightmare Bugs says to Cassie, that's so disappointing. Does anyone else sell it? Misha says, I have both the Nintendo Switch and PS4. Been on Zelda kick, so Nintendo is winning at the moment. Yeah, that's why I want it. I want all the Zelda games. Alex says, bonjour to Christine. Debbie says, I have cut out the Loretta shorts. The thing is, all my sewing of the last few years have been for characters and costumes. This will be the first thing I make for me since my wedding 19 years ago. Oh, wow. Let us know how you get on. Cecilia says, Sal, I like Grand Theft Auto because I got to drive around and wear cool clothes in a game that never could complete any of the tasks. No, me either. I have slightly violent tendencies when I play Grand Theft Auto and I go on rampages. Yeah. I'm terrible at driving, but I like going down to the beachfront and driving along the beachfront. And if I can find a jet ski, I'll steal one of those as well. Cecilia says, oh, and I read that one. Sewing Bunny, get the Switch Lite, has some great games and portable. Ah, nice. Damn It Apparel is here. Chris says hello. Damn It Apparel says hi, everybody. Cassie says to Alison, I only saw it online, but it was edge-to-edge feathers on basic cotton from what I can tell. Spotlight has terrible descriptions. They do. I agree with that. Julie says, did anyone see the one and only Kathy Hay talk about her doubts about the peacock dress? I did, yes. I thought that was quite interesting. Because she has, I mean, you know, she does have a very good point. And I mean, like every historical costumer has some kind of like, I mean, you know, even today, the fast fashion is not got good ethical practices in it. The entirety of the fashion industry is one of the things that's killing this world, isn't it? So it's yeah, I thought her points were very, very interesting. There's a little bit, let's see, there it is. I mean, Rachel Makesy did a really interesting video a while ago. I think we discussed it in one of the Hangouts, where it was vintage fashion, not vintage values, and had some amazing people come on and talk about why they dress the way they do, because of the aesthetic of it, not because of the lifestyle that it represented. So yeah, I thought Kathy's video was very interesting. Very interesting. Kind of want to re-sew this one completely, but I don't think I'm going to fudge that one. I'm going to try and fudge that one. Might need to re-sew that, because that's really squiffy. I think I'm going to need to re-sew this one as well. Ah! So much unpicking. Christine says, hi Alex, just finishing my first coffee. Anna says to Sewing Bunny, hey, how are you? I got me chook and mushy soup for lunch. Nice. Cassie says, tonight my bugs, not sure. I saw it while looking through the 40% off. It wasn't necessary, but described to be a sundress, but destined to be a sundress on my body. Sal says, I started playing games in the early 80s and have played ever since. I think that's pretty similar for me as well, actually. And Sewing Bunny is saying hi to Anna. Debbie says, I found and followed some amazing Black creators since Rachel makes his video. Yeah. And Alex says to Sal, I've never played a proper computer game apart from Tetris. Wow. I haven't played Tetris in ages. There we go. I think these two, the naps are in completely the opposite direction. So they were just walking as I was sewing them. So I think I'm going to try sewing it from the other direction and see if that helps, because these two were just massively out of line. And I thought I could fudge it and get away with it, but I'm not sure that I can. All of the unpicking today. This is meant to be an easy project. What's going on? Really don't want to have to recut any pieces. Please don't make me. Wait, let's try this again. And I'm going to sew it this direction this time, see if that works. Where did we get to? Cecilia says, video games were slow burn interest as a kid in the early 2000s, but once I married a gamer, I jumped in fully. Yeah. Actually, my ex-husband was a big gamer, and his best man flew over for the wedding, and part of his best man speech was like, he told me about this girl, and she was beating him at video games, and I was like, huh? She beats you? I was like, yes. I could only beat him at like one game, but I did regularly. He did not like that. But it got quite funny because I totally don't mind backseat gaming. I enjoy watching other people play games, and as long as they don't mind me backseat gaming and actually offering like probably unsolicited and useless advice, I really enjoy it. And that was how me and my ex used to spend a lot of our time. And then I bought myself a computer with a game on it, and I started playing a different game to the he was playing on his Xbox, and I was playing on my computer, and he got pissy with me. He was upset that I wasn't giving him and his game my full attention, even though he wasn't giving me his full attention. And it was really like, you're kidding, right? We're sitting in the same room. We're enjoying the same activity together. We're not playing the same thing because you don't like the games that I play, but you're getting pissy at me because I'm just not staring at you playing a game. Yeah, that was one of the things that was just like, yeah, perhaps this is not the right relationship, but never mind. Sal says to Alex, lol, I've played that one too. Steffi says, does anyone know how to watch the Bee here in the States? You have found random episodes on YouTube, but that's it. TV Macho, Steffi, TV Macho allows you to watch an hour of free TV a week, I think. So it might take you a while to watch all of them. You can pay for a subscription, but that obviously you have to pay for it to watch more than an hour a week, or is it an hour a day? I'm not sure. Cassie says, I skipped Tetris, grew up playing Leisure Suit Larry. I remember that. I don't remember the game. I remember the name though. Sal says to Alex, look on YouTube for VR games called Alex, and it will show you what gamers have become since Tetris. Cecilia says the craziness of some people. Alison says hi to Anna. Anna says, I can relate to that one, Sean. Christine says, one of the reasons he is your ex, yes. Angeliki says, I found it healthy that your boyfriend doesn't watch because I believe that some things are personal time in a relationship. I don't watch football with my husband. Yeah. Anna says to Alison, hi, how are you? She's messaged you. Right, let's try and sew this again so that it actually fits together. Let's see if I can do that.
Hello, I'm just back. I gather you haven't had lunch yet.
No, I haven't.
Would you like some?
Yes, please.
Before I get started.
Yeah. Is there any chance of Marmite toast?
Oh, what? No soup?
The soup's in the fridge.
Soup and Marmite toast.
This is still going to not quite fit together, but I don't mind it being slightly out at the outside. I can trim that, but I wanted it to be more accurate at the inside, which hopefully it is. No, I think I'm done. Regretting the decision to do this with velvet. I think these two pieces just do not want to go together well. That's better. I'm gonna stick with that. Okay, let's try and sew these ones together. Where did I get to? Christine says, Julie says to Steffi to use a VPN. The trouble with that is that if you want to watch the BBC, you need to have a TV license, and apparently TV Macho has an agreement with the BBC, which makes it legal. Whereas if you use a VPN, then you have to kind of fib on the BBC to say that you have a license. So I don't advise that, but that's my 2 pence worth. Christine says, my hubby is a big gamer. I am a big sewer. Lol, I don't play games. Julie says hi to mum. Steffi says, I'll look into that. Thanks, Julie. Cecilia says hi to mum. She's coming back, don't worry. Cassie says, I never got a console till Beatles Rock Band came out in 2009. We went and bought that entire thing. And I think that was the first time that my mum and dad had met Nia's kids, Nia and the kids, and it was a Christmas. So we bought Rock Band and all of the accoutrement. We've got the full sort of drums and guitars and microphone set, and yeah, I mean, we basically went into the store, and I was like, look, I have £1,000 to spend on a console, and we want this one. And the guy was like, okay. And I think he got a little bit confused and ended up selling us an Xbox console instead of the Nintendo, an Xbox guitar instead of the Nintendo guitar. We had to take it back, and it was funny. Where do we get to? Julie says to Steffi, you can download an expansion for Google Chrome. It's free and it will let you sit anywhere in the world, and it is Google. Rachel then says, my husband and daughter play World of Warcraft. It's funny to watch them. I love World of Warcraft. I haven't played that for ages. I'm trying to talk Wilson into joining it, but he doesn't want to because it's a never-ending game, and he has a thing with completing things. The Cornwall Company, 125 Company says, hello, lovely peeps. It's Andy. I'm on hubby's computer for a minute. Hello, Andy. How are you? Angeliki says, don't want to make you uncomfortable. So if someone you feel like you can tell whether it's whatever it's about, so feel comfortable sometimes, and I can say something not for bad. Steffi says, back in a flash, putting baby down for a nap. Right, let's try and sew this one for the second time. Wish me luck. Okay. able to trim my threads a bit more, wouldn't I? Okay. How's that one coming out? Yes, happy with that. Let's go press that. Trying to work out which way around the seams were going there for a second. Right. So on my last half of this pizza, skin a little thick in the middle, but that happened on the other one as well, so that's not overly surprising. I think lunch is coming. Oh, exciting. Yay, thank you.
Oh, you've got a rock bun already, have you?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
I had one at the start.
Ah.
And I had another one in. Oh. Soup. Yummy. Julie says, good luck, thank you. Andy says, I'm good, thank you. I had a trip to Truro Fabrics yesterday, first time in 4 months. Did say to hubby, I may be sometime. I am not at all jealous. That is one of the fabric shops that I really want to go to. Ruth Ann says, good morning from Virginia. Good morning. Angeliki says, I hope you understand my English. If you don't, you are so kind. I'm getting the gist, Angeliki. Your English is much better than my Greek. I can say Afradastal and Indaxi. And it's your no and your yes are the wrong way around, aren't they? Well, not the wrong way around, the opposite to us. And I probably said thank you and please very wrong as well. Cassie says, I might leave you to your pizza. It's getting late and I'm sleepy. Night all. Enjoy whatever time it is there. Thank you, Cassie. I thank you for joining us. And Andy says, Marmite. Lol. Yes, there is Marmite on the soup on the toast. Yummy. It is lovely that Mum enjoys making bread as much as she does, because it's so good.
Hello. All right.
I sewed it together
Right.
the way that it said with the seams open, and it was terrible. So I've taken it all apart and pressed all the seams to one side, and it's much better.
Yeah, that
I mean,
seems sensible to me.
I'm guessing
Makes
it's
some
because
sense.
quilters use quilting cotton and we're using thick ones, and they were trying to reduce the bulk at the centre. And it is very bulky, but it warped, and it was off by half an inch. So I've had to unpick them all and do it again.
Oh no!
But at least I've learnt so that you don't have to make the same mistake.
This is good.
Do you guys want to see the finished panel that Mum has done of her quilt whilst I am eating my lunch?
Probably not. Do they?
Well,
You think they do?
I think so.
When you're ready, just now. Oh, right.
Well, it's just because I've got a mouthful, so
Uh-huh.
talking is a bit difficult.
Okay. I thought you'd seen this, but it is now finished.
Well, they haven't seen because
So,
there's a little dragon. Hang on, let me turn you around properly so you can see. There you go.
oh, yeah, nearly got tomato soup. I don't know if you can see
Yeah, they can see the dragon.
the dragon there, and then the goslings stand out because of the pebble quilting. And then I've just done a large stipple around that. And there's another dragon there. I don't know if you can see him.
You kind of have to angle it at the light.
Yes. He's bronze.
He's kind of showing up.
Kind of showing up. He's not meant to be in your face because it would take away from the others. And in the middle,
This is the bit that's changed a little bit.
after
Susie,
lots of discussion, came up with this idea. So,
because it looked lovely without any quilting on it, but those lines just really made it. And then she's done what Dad has deemed little hearts around the flying geese here.
so they stand out because they do need
Yeah.
quilting. And this is all straight line quilting, but the rays come out, and they come out 4 times from the actual middle. And there he is, yes, in all his splendor. These are the side ones. The big one will be the last one I do. But yeah, so that's what I've started on the other side, and then I shall do the middle.
You've got to fold it all up again now, sorry.
That's all right. Just roll it. Keeps it better. Yeah. Oh. So there we are. In all his splendour. So we're on to Poofs.
Poofs, yes.
So do as you have found out rather than as they say. So I should
Press them all to one side.
repress them.
Yeah. Angelica says, I'm taking the same smile when my husband brings me breakfast, dinner and lunch. And then Julie says hi to you, Mum. And
Hi.
Angelica says, thank you. This is for your Greek and my English. It was a good comment. Yes.
What's that?
Angelica was just asking if I could understand her English because she's from Greece. And
Ah.
it's very good.
Ah.
And then I said, the only Greek I know is please and thank you.
Have I said them all? Not sure. So, probably. They're there.
You should have 6.
Yes, I have. But I need to know the order they're in so that probably had them in order and I've just messed it up.
Yeah. And then everyone's saying they want to see the quilt. And then Ruth says, that's gorgeous. Eileen is here. Hello, Eileen. And says, Anna says, your work is beautiful. Christine says, amazing. Julie says, dragons. Sarah says, amazing quilting. Andy says, wow, amazing. Charlie says, stunning work. Arlene says, love the quilt. The gold fabric really sets everything off. The rays work really well. Fabulous.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all of you. I must say, I'm really enjoying doing it. I shall be very sad to give it away. That will be difficult, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right, is it?
Was it?
Is it? No. No.
I didn't take a photo of how Mum's one went together.
I think that's right, because
that looks better.
that's how it was, yeah.
Yeah.
One. Yeah.
Sewing Bunny says, wow, that's amazing quilting. Maeve says, that's amazing, Jane. So Lily Bell says, that's amazing. Michelle says, oh, it's so beautiful. Wish I had your skill with the quilting part of the quilt making.
Oh, bless you.
Carol says, so beautiful. Cecilia says, incredible, so much work and so beautiful. Andy says, how long does it take for something sewing intricate?
Probably about a year.
Yeah, this is her quilt that she's working on this year.
I usually give myself a year for a quilt because you've got to think about it. You've got to get all the materials. Yeah, I started it in February, didn't I? Yeah, I started it in February, so I may be quicker this year because we haven't been out.
Yeah, we've been doing nothing but.
Yeah.
Good. Crafting Bev says, your quilting is just absolutely stunning. So Lily Bell says to Mum, have you seen the dragon fabric on Focus Fabric's Facebook page? No. Oh, did you know Lisa Chan has done dragon fabric as well?
Has she?
Yeah.
Oh. There might be more dragon quilts in our future.
Sal says, I freaking love the dragons. That's so exquisite. Alison says, your quilt is amazing. Did you quilt and the goslings using your sewing machine?
Oh, yes.
It's all on her 880.
Yes, all on my 880 plus. That's why I'm doing it
in pieces rather than one giant quilt.
And then join them at the end. I mean, it's much easier with this than the 440 because I've got 14 inches with this, 12 inches.
Double the amount of throat space.
Yeah, there was 6, wasn't there, on my 440.
That's why I love this machine so much. It's got such a giant throat space. It really does make a difference. Andy says, wish me luck. I need to do buttonholes. Oh, good luck. Charlie says, my husband bought me Mist for my birthday back in the early 1990s. He then sat at his computer and played it. I gave up the counting of 80 hours of play. Yeah.
That was your present, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem right.
I don't know. That seems familiar.
Is that normal?
Not for everybody, for some. Karen says, so clever, so much work, it's amazing, with lots of little dragon emojis. And Sal says, I'll be making something with dragon's wings this week, my Cthulhu top. Ah, cool. And Danny says, 1 year for a quilt equals no shirts.
Pretty much. No, it's not constant over the year. It's the thinking and the masterpiece.
There's on the don't look that way. Look. No, okay, we're not. How did you manage that?
Well, no, there are 6.
Oh, you've covered one up. Okay. Yeah. Now you want to sew 3 sets of 2 to each other, so you end up with 2 halves. Don't do like I did and sew 2 sets to each other, and then you'll end up with thirds, and then you'll have a Y seam to sew together.
Oh no!
Don't do that.
No, we don't.
Do you want to pin them while you're standing there?
Oh, that's a good idea. I was going to come back, keep backwards and forwards, but that sounds more like a better idea.
Oh, can I borrow your pin cushion as well for a second? Mum's got a useful pin cushion as well. Little green squidge.
It's very good. Who gave me that?
Candy.
Candy.
So
which way does this?
She sent me a photo of all of us at the knitting and stitching show.
We have them right. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that goes with that.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
You can't beat tomato and basil soup. Which is weird coming from someone who doesn't like tomatoes.
So that's right.
Angelique says to Andy, good luck. Alison says, I have always wanted to make a double wedding ring quilt as I love the old style quilts. That was the first quilt I ever made, Alison. I used the rings that bind from Phillips Fibre Art, and it's a different way of making a double wedding ring quilt, and it's easier.
I actually have the pattern to make one.
Yeah, you started it.
Huh?
You started it, didn't you?
No, I know. Oh, well, in a class.
Right.
Yeah. In a class, yes, I did.
Hmm.
But that's all
Yes,
we
because
did.
I was raving about this one template double wedding ring quilt. And Mum was like, "No, that's not traditional. I shall buy the traditional pattern."
No, I'd already got it.
And yes, I've made 2 double wedding ring quilts
Yes.
and a Lone Star.
Yes. Very good they are too. Right, well, it has to be right, doesn't it?
Gianna had wedged herself into my bag, one of my bag cubby holes on top of like 3 of my bags, but thankfully she's not sitting on this side, so she's not like oozing all over one of my really expensive bags. Lovely. They're all saying that I should get a super soaker.
Get what?
Super soaker.
What's that?
It's a high power water gun.
Ah.
Well, for the Siamese. We'll
Oh.
soon put it off.
Yeah, we'll
Did you know I can come in here and say, boo! And then I can go and watch it 30 seconds later next door.
I know, when I went out to the bathroom, I heard myself going, "I'll be right back." And I was like, I'm confused. Doesn't take a lot to confuse me. Both of my double wedding ring quilts were presents for friends. So I've given them to friends. Although if you want to watch the making of one, Alison, it is on my YouTube channel. It's incredibly fast, it's incredibly sped up. I talk about more pizzas. They look like pizzas in that one as well.
What?
When I was making my double wedding ring, I was doing the voiceover for the video.
Oh, right, yeah.
I was like, oh, look, there's more spinning pizzas. Because I keep saying that these look like pizzas.
Yes, which they do.
Mm.
Yes. So that's all you've done? Yeah.
I sewed it all together and then I unpicked it. And then I sewed those bits together and then I unpicked everything because it was terrible. It was out by 1/2 inch. It wasn't good. So I've unpicked everything and then pressed everything the right way and it's much better, but it is super thick in the middle.
So we'll put a big button.
Big button.
You could cut the middle out.
Good. I think mine are actually meeting up quite well.
Okay.
But it is thick. Mm. Where did I get to? Sophie says that dragon quilt is epic, incredible job, Miss Jane. You haven't been called that for ages.
No, like, oh, no.
Julie says you should give presents you yourself would love to get. So giving a game and then playing it for 80+ hours makes some sort of backwards sense. That's true, I suppose. Angelique says bon appetit. Thank you. Andy says I daren't try quilting. I know it would be another addiction.
It is.
Yeah. Although I have managed to only make 3 in the 6 years that I've been quilting. Still haven't finished one. I need to do the straight line quilting for it. I will do that eventually. Actually, that might be quite a good thing to do during one of the live hangouts because it's a lot of repetitive backwards. I've marked all the lines in. It's a lot of repetitive sewing. But yeah, if you guys wouldn't mind sort of sitting and chatting with me whilst I did that, that would be good.
You might get it finished. Even better.
Yes. I was actually intending to give that one away as a gift as well. I haven't told the person who I was going to give it to that it's for them.
Ooh,
but
better not to announce it now.
I'm not going to. Oh, it's not going to be anybody that watches this.
So what thread am I going to use? Because I've got cream as well.
No one's going to see the thread.
No.
We're not doing any top stitching. Where did I get to? There. Olivia says hello to your mum and dad. Julie says I've made 1 quilt and I'm not ready to make more. And Julie says dip it.
Yeah?
The cat, the Siamese cat, dip it in a pail of water. That'll soon get rid of it. Can you imagine though? Like I can imagine though that it will go home and it will look all hard done by and bedraggled and wet.
Yeah.
And the owners will then come around and be like, who's been abusing my cat? You'll be like, your cat's been abusing my cat. Look. gross open seeping wound.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
She was very tolerant of us cleaning it this morning.
Yeah, she was. She was very good.
Yeah. She started off by purring because she wanted something, and then she was purring as self-soothing. It was her purrs have different frequencies and levels. It's like the same as her meows. I know when it's a get the off me meow or a I want something. They were very different.
I think it might have been quite soothing, I hope.
Yeah, it was kind of a warm compress of saline solution. And it did clean away some of the gook, didn't it? So
Yeah, it did. Not a lot, but I wasn't going to go scraping. She should have killed us. We'd be dead.
Yeah, because we couldn't wrap her in a towel to administer this treatment because we needed to get to that part of her body that would usually have been wrapped in a towel. So I had her claws on my lap through a dressing gown, but still. I have been shredded by that cat once before, and I don't wish to experience that again.
No, I don't think St Mary's does that.
No, one weekend in hospital because of your cat's enough.
Yeah, I would say so.
And Sherry's here. She says, hello all. Angelique says, quilting seems to me difficult. It's precision.
Yeah.
And then some of it is difficult, like some of the pieces like concave to convex curves and things like that, you know, some of it is a little bit trickier, but it's one of those things, if you break it down into its individual pieces,
straight,
all very doable. You putting your walking foot on?
No, I'm trying to take it off. I'm halfway through threading. So. Stupid. Let's put that back in a minute. I'll finish threading.
Let's see. Michelle says, I purchased 4 packs of peaches yesterday along with 30 pounds of tomatoes. Lots of freezing in my future.
Yeah.
Definitely. As soon as ripe enough to process. I see jams and jellies, and then some tomato juice salsa. Ooh. You're speaking dad's language there. Alison says, what a beautiful gift. The only patchwork I've done is puffed baby quilts 30 years ago. I do plan on doing some applique soon. Andy says, yeah, I'd have to buy all the stuff and equipment. No, don't do it.
Now you can use your sewing machine.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I mean it's more like the rulers and the
yeah. But then I use them in sewing.
That's true. There's a lot of crossover. Nimoy says, came back from a phone call just in time for the amazing dragon quilt. Olivia says, I'm in. Always up for a waffle. Nimoy says, I just ordered a big spool of thread to quilt a baby quilt. Now that backing is almost done. Not looking forward to wrangling it through my little throat space, and I'm doing only straight lines. Linda's here. I always join just in time for soup. Nothing worse than a cat or a dog bite. They soon get infected. Yeah, we're keeping a close eye on Shiana with this one, and at the moment it's not infected, and she's not worried about it in that it's hurting her. I'm sure it's unpleasant, but she's moving fine and eating and doing all the things that she should be doing. She's not going out at the moment because I know she's going to roll in the dust. And I don't want her getting dust in it. And she has a cone of shame coming tomorrow, which she's going to hate me for.
She will hate you.
And I'm going to video her, and she's going to hate that even more.
That was a wicked evil laugh.
It was, wasn't it? Angelique says, no, I realised that you can put jacket. We have hot dry today. I can't breathe. Oh. And Nimoy says, spool the thread. I thought it said spoon. I thought you knew you meant spool, but I thought it said spoon. She says, damn you, autocorrect. Miss T says, if she keeps licking, it can be a sign of pain. She may need antibiotic shot by the sounds of it.
Possible.
Yeah.
We're going to review tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to see how she is tomorrow. I'm not ruling out taking her to the vet at all. She in and of herself, she is fine. I think she is licking it because she's aware of it. But yeah, I may well take her to the vets tomorrow, but we'll see. We're going to take it day by day and see how she goes.
Because she's not limited anywhere. It's not hot.
No.
Her movement's good.
She's still being her lovely self in the mornings when she comes to wake me up. I get a little purring face in my face, and it's like, why are you not awake yet? I want food. Alison says, the green and blue fabric you received from Australia this week, would your mum like some of it as it's currently on sale? I could get it and send it to you. The fabric is on sale at the moment.
Oh, what is she like?
Oh, this is someone different.
Oh,
This is Alison.
ah,
Ooh. How much is it per meter? It's $6 a meter in the sale. $6 Australian a meter.
but it's getting it here.
Well, hopefully the parcel that Alison sent me that went to Northampton, that sat in Northampton, that I paid the customs fees for and has gone back to Australia.
Oh.
So hopefully that's going to arrive at Alison's, and then we can sort of getting it sent back with maybe an addition.
Can you? Will the customs? They won't charge you again.
Yeah, they will.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course they will.
That's terrible.
I know. I still think the best part of that meal is the toast.
Well,
That's good. Julie says, ready for sewing the patchings onto sofa cushions. Good. Michelle says, I'm all for the quilt making during a live stream. I think that's a really good idea, actually, you guys, because I could do 6 hours. I could do 4 hours in 6 hours of sewing on that quilt, and it's going to take, it's probably going to take about 10 hours to finish it. It's straight line quilting, which is like... Nicole says, I'm out of date. What happened to Chiana? Did the big ginger cat meddle? It was a Siamese and it bit her. My week off, it came and it bit her and it scared her, and she pooped all over the kitchen floor, which I then cleaned up and disinfected. But that's my issue with it, is that it just terrorizes her, and obviously now has wounded her. So
it's not fair, is it?
No, it's her garden, it's her house. That Siamese lets itself into her house and eats her food. It's that it's a little. So yeah. Andy says, nope, knowing me, I'd have to buy a new machine. Andy, do you need an excuse to buy a new machine? Should you just not buy a new machine anyway? Buy one with a big throat space. Sal says, a lady like you, Sean, with a gorgeous accent voice like yours could read the dictionary and I'll listen to it, so waffle away. I don't know, I kind of want to, you know what I would like to do is read the Greek mythology dictionary. I have one of those. See how many names I can mispronounce. Pleiades. Hesperides. Alison says, when I first attended patchwork class, the teacher was very traditional and wanted her students to do it all by hand stitching. Oh, bugger that. No.
I did start that way.
Because you didn't have a sewing machine.
Because I didn't have a sewing machine. Yeah.
She wanted to know if she liked it before she went and bought a sewing machine. Alex says, oops, I was rudely absent for a bit. My sister wanted to chat about modern trends in kitchen furniture. Oh, what a rock and roll life I lead. Alison says, Binks is back on the fabric again. He's taking his job very seriously, Alison. Fabric fluffing is a serious thing. Anna says, when you put the cone of shame on Chi, I can imagine the plans that she will have for you. Haha. Oh yeah, I'll totally die in my sleep. I will actually die in my sleep. If I don't come back, it's because Chiana has murdered me, probably by shoving the cone of shame over my face and suffocating me with it. Or eating me whilst I'm asleep.
Well, to be fair, you deserve it.
Well, a cone of shame. I bought her a pink one. Pink and flowery. It's not a horrible plastic one.
She probably wouldn't mind.
Yeah, she's not going to enjoy it. She's not going to be happy. I'm expecting a lot of her backing up, trying to get it off. Alex says, and I must have missed the quilt. I was wearing my summer coat in the morning. It was cold enough. I like your coats that you've just finished, Alex. The rain mac looking one, I really want to make that.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Craft and Bev says, I have one cat that has to wake me up every morning around 3:30 a.m. because she wants to be petted and cuddled. My other cat is constantly nibbling at me because she wants to be petted and cuddled. Yeah, Chiana will nip me if she wants attention. She has a lot of different ways of telling me what she wants. They say dogs are like 3-year-olds, cats are like 5-year-olds.
Yeah.
Apparently. Well, Susie understands a certain range of words, doesn't she? Oh, she ignores them. She chooses to ignore them quite a lot. The dog knows what you want it to do, but she's just like, nah.
Not for me, she didn't.
Fetch.
She's asleep.
We were sitting out there the other day, and she wanted to have her ball played with, but she wouldn't bring it close enough. We were sitting there, we were like, fetch, and she's just like, Ruff. It's like, no, pick the ball up and bring it to us, and we will throw it for you. Ruff. Yeah, she's asleep in her bed. If she's cracked an eyelid, she knows I'm talking about her. Alison says the fabric is $10.80 a metre and is 40% off. No sign of the banana fabric, according to Australia Post. It's still in the UK. They've sent it back because that's what it says according to. It's not in the UK. I'm still trying to get hold of the post office, but you just cannot get through on the line. And the individual post offices are different to Royal Mail, so they can't help either. They have the same phone line to ring on. So, fun times. Andy says, don't. You do need a new machine, Andy. You know you do. That's definitely going to be a Sean made me do it moment if you buy a new machine. Joanna says, one of my neighbour's cats bit my youngest cat in the back of his leg, and he moped about it for an afternoon and is now limping on the other leg for sympathy. Oh, bless it. That's not funny about the cat getting bitten, but the funny that he knows he's getting sympathy and he's like, I'll just switch it up.
It's like Susie. She's got a funny eye and she changes which one it is.
Yeah.
And you think, what? Yeah.
Nicola says, poor girl. Lisa Lepage says, love the kitty shirt. Thank you. Norma says, happy Sunday, Sean. Just arrived. Hello, Norma. How are you, my lovely? Alex says, thank you. And QQ likes it. Starstruck Alex. That's really cool. That's Ree the coat, sorry. Julie says you need to film that. I'm totally going to film Chiana in her cone of shame. She's not going to thank me for it, but I will do it. Crafting Bev says, I have a small sign that I made that says dogs have masters, cats have slaves. I'm going to be a terrible slave tomorrow. Terrible cat slave. Dad says, I must say the quilt and its details are work of real art, an accumulation of self-confidence, expertise through trial and error, assurance and self-confidence.
Who said that?
Dad did.
Oh, my goodness.
Debbie says, I miss having pets. Hubby and I work full-time though, and he is horribly allergic. I do miss cats. And Dad says, whoops, that went up before he'd finished. He was going to wax lyrical more. Right, I'm going to get rid of this so I don't get tomato soup on my peacocks, because that would be bad. Hello, Suze. What's that noise? Oh, shit.
Well, hello, baby girl.
She's nursing her ball in there as well.
Hello. You're saying hello to everybody.
Look, there's Peeps. No, I don't want kisses.
No, we don't like face kisses.
We get them.
No, she's learnt with me.
Your dog's much better behaved in private with you than it is in public with everybody else. Right, let's try and sew this one. All the naps of my velvet are slightly different, so they're kind of walking against each other as well.
That would be interesting.
No, it's not. It's a pain in the arse. It's only going to be this top that's going to be this bad though, because the other ones are going to be side to side. It'll be fine.
Right, so that's one half. That's the other half.
Got quilting dance here.
Right, and then you sew them together.
Yeah, and then you're ahead of me.
Like it. Like it. It's going to be fun, that bit in the middle.
No, it's not.
Do you think my machine will go through it? No.
Those 3 bags. It'll do this. Yeah, that's much better. That one's flat as well. Pressure seams to one side, people. Don't press them open. That's stupid.
That was a silly idea of somebody with it. Well, she's not a quilter. She's a clothing designer, but it's not the best of ideas. I mean, I kind of get it because it is thick. And I suppose like the whole kind of thing is like to reduce bulk. You press seams open, don't you? But
hopefully these should nest because we've pressed them all in one way, haven't we? So oh, that's going to be thick. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work. Whose stupid idea was it to make one of these anyway?
yours.
Don't listen to me. I'm full of terrible ideas. Put a button in the middle. Hide anything that shouldn't be seen. Oh dear. Let's see, where did I get to with the chat? Where did I get to? Anna says to Dad, eloquently put and true. Sarah says, when we had our kittens spayed recently, we thought we were being kind by getting them cat t-shirts instead of cones. Both went mental and escaped from them in no time at all. Yeah, I tried to, somebody had recommended tights, like as a temporary cat t-shirt. And I tried that and I got bitten. It was on no uncertain terms of like she growled at me, and I carried on and she went, fine, sod you, and bit my back of my hand. Thankfully, she didn't puncture the skin. She wasn't really trying to hurt me, but because she can certainly do that when she tries. Yeah. So I had thought about cat t-shirts. I know Liz from Liz Sews has done a tutorial on how to make yourself your cat a t-shirt, but I'm gonna go for Cone of Shame. Okay, I don't know about you, but I can't pin through the middle of mine. I'm going to pin up to and around, and now I'm going to cover the middle with a button, so that you cannot see if it doesn't perfectly meet. It'll be fine.
Well, it will be fine. All will be well.
Misha says, I miss my cat. Can't wait to go back to Poland to see my mum and be a loyal subject of all 4 of our family cats. Yes, you need to go back and be a proper slave. Yes, cat slaves.
I expect they miss you.
Yes. Alex says, Ginger Terror, my favourite. Miss T says, "Oh, cute face kisses, not cute face kisses. Don't encourage her; she'll do it more." Sal says to Alex, "I have a question. When you dance in your videos, are you dancing to music we can't hear?" And Angeliki says to Dad, "Sir, you are absolutely right about the quilt." Alex says, "Sal, it's worse. I often sing or hum, and then there's no music. I kind of do it all the time at work. I didn't know it was odd till recently." Misha says to Sarah, "My cat also absolutely hated her post-op onesie. She looked and felt like a miserable sausage. We switched her to a cone." Oh, bless. Shiana is used to a harness, so I was kind of thinking she might tolerate a t-shirt, but the temporary measure was a definite no. A definite no. She was not impressed. Oh, that's a thick middle. Might need to get the hump jumper out. I did it. Yeah. Good. No hump jumper needed.
That bodes well.
What it's going to look like in the middle, I don't know.
I think it's definitely going to need
Oh, this is out. This side.
a button or something, isn't it?
Oh yeah, mine's definitely going to need a button. Might actually. Because there was so much bulk, it's kind of gone off the seam allowance. So I'm going to sew from one side to the middle, and then I'm going to stop and sew from the other side to the middle.
That sounds like a good plan.
That pressure cooker does make funny noises.
It does.
It's happily chuntering away in the back making your dinner though. Yeah, slightly better. Oh, unthreaded sometimes. Yeah, I'm coming at it from both edges to the middle. It did not enjoy. Make a poof, they said. It'll be fun, they said.
Who said this?
Yeah, they lied.
Who said this? It's funny when you laugh next door.
Oh gosh. Maybe I should have shut the door again. Oh, there's an alarm going. Is that for Dad? Yeah, for you. You've not got any sourdough on the go?
No. Yeah, I'm going to put a very nice big something in there.
Yeah, me too. Usually you wouldn't have a point on the end of this pattern piece in a quilt, would
No.
you? It would be blunt at the end, which would help with the bulk. Yeah, I might, if I make another one, I might cut the middle out, like you say, and then put like actually applique a circle in.
There is another pattern, the cafe facet one.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Oh, I want to make that.
I want to make that one too. I want to make that one with cafe facet
Yeah.
fabric.
Yeah, if we when we go back to the quilt show, that will be something that I'm really going to think about making.
That's actually comes with like, you can put it on legs, can't you?
Yeah.
Okay, I think I've done it this time.
I'm going to tell your dad that his thing's going.
Yeah, that is not remotely perfect. But from a distance that looks good, doesn't it?
With a nice button in the middle.
But up close, those points do not meet. They do not. But yeah, I'm going to cover a button in the navy velvet, and I'm going to sew it on in the middle, and it's going to be fabulous. Right, let's cut away.
It's going to look nice, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Will the button work, do you think?
I think so. I'll show it.
Like a...
Yeah, I mean,
Oh yeah, no, that's good. A button on that will be fine.
exactly. Whether I can actually sew a button into that giant seam is another question.
You might put it through it.
Yeah, I think if I make this again, and I do want to make another one of these, because I like the idea of them. I think if I make this again, I would change the pattern to back off this center point, so that and actually ended up with a hole in the center, and then applique on a circle on top of that, because it would. I mean, this is thick. Not after having cut it all out and got it this sewn. No.
No, you can cut the circle out in the middle.
No.
No, no, because that looks fine.
No, it doesn't look fine close up. Let me show you.
Yeah, with a button, that would be lovely.
Exactly. It's going to cover up. See, look, this is one of the nice things about sewing is you make a mistake, you can cover it up with a button. Right, let's press this seam. But yeah, that's a lot of bulk in the middle there.
There's a lot.
Yup. Right. So
Did you sew over it, or?
Yeah, I sewed over it. It did. It didn't like it. Just took it slowly. Well, I like my abstract peacock creation. You know, like that far away, it looks great. Right, now I've got to sew on some cording. Where is my cording? There it is. Thank you. Cording.
Yeah. What I would call perfect.
The only cording I have, Mum, is navy or bright blue. don't think we've got any cording that's going to work for your one. No, definitely not perfect. Better than mine is. Where did I get to with the chat? I'm way behind.
Quite a big lump in there, isn't
It
it?
is, isn't it?
Might just be stuck in, won't it?
Yes, this is true. Right. Caroline says Merlin had a cone, poor spaced out buddy. Oh, bless him.
Yours is better than mine.
I don't think it is. I think yours is way better than mine.
No.
But again, from a distance, it looks perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't got any piping for you that's going to work, unfortunately. Where do we get to? Sewing Bunny says, Alex, I'm so glad you said that. I love your dancing, and I was hoping it was just random dancing away like you didn't care. Alex says to Sewing Bunny, I don't care, but Hey Chubby and my friends roll their eyes at me. One day we can go out dancing, yes. Alex says to Sewing Bunny, and you can show me some moves. Sal says to Alex, you dance better than me because I can't dance at all. Sewing Bunny says to Alex, yes. Alex says, make a dog bed without a shredder. I said, it'll be fine. I said, 6 blisters later. I say never again. Oh, yeah, you said you had a cardboard shredder. I didn't know that was a thing, but yeah, Alex has a cardboard shredder at work that she uses. None of those are piping. They're all decorative trim.
Yeah. I had this colour.
What was it? That
No, that's, yeah. I had one like that in a rust.
that's it. You've got to get that all back in now. Good luck. Where did I get to? Can't remember now. Oh yes, Alex has a cardboard shredder which shreds fabric.
Oh,
We need to have a look into those.
ooh.
Caroline says, cheetah pumpkin eater here. I am not making the pizza slices. I will make 2 solid half circle bottoms. I'm a big Pouf making cheetah, lol. Yes, I think if I ever made this again, I might just make the top solid and the bottom solid and then do stripes around the side. Got threads. Random threads. Eileen says it looks good to me and a button will set it off perfectly. That's what I think as well. The button is going to be an intentional. What are you going to cover it in?
I could use this.
Do you want me to order you some piping for next weekend? I'm not doing a hangout next weekend. The following weekend, because we can always sew the side bits together and the bottom bits together, and then piece it together another time. I'll order you some gold cording.
Right.
Okay, so in that case, we're not going to sew the piping on now.
So I'll just do my side bit.
Just do your side bits, yeah. Now you've got to decide what order you're going to put them together in. Who knew that this would be so complicated?
Oh, dear. I've got 4 of each, haven't I? So 1, 2.
Alex says, Sal, I don't care if I can or if I can't, I will. And everyone can dance. Lower your inhibitions, level a drink and go for it. That's true. Dad says, it is not odd to sing or hum. Don't ever stop. It is a fantastic release of spirit, expression of joy, engagement. Dare I say happiness.
Ooh.
Angelique says, you are so good companion. I'm 26 with today days in bed, and sometimes it's so difficult. I can imagine, my lovely. I hope your leg gets better soon. And Angelique in Greece. Alex says to Dad, "You're right. I believe you're always right," which is pretty scary. You don't tell him that. Doesn't need to know that, Alex. Angelique says, "Good idea with the live streaming." Alex says to Angelique, "Hope you get better soon." Jennifer is here. Hello, gorgeous people. Hello, Jennifer. How are you, my lovely? Alex says, "The shredder I use is actually a file shredder. I think that's the proper name for it, and shreds through thick files of paper and plastic." Yes, that's what we need. We need one of those. Because if it does fabric, that would be amazing. Because, yes, making coleslaw does give you blisters. Deb says, this time next year, we will be wondering what to do with our Pouf stash. Yes. Like, why have I got so many of these things? They're taking over.
I don't know.
Alex says hi to Jennifer. Alison says, would your mum like some of the fabric? How much is it was 40% off, and so $10. That makes it $6 something a meter. How much is that in English monies?
I don't think so. I'd love it.
She's saying she's going to say no.
Thank
she's
you
being
so
good.
much. But by the time I paid for it,
it's £3 a meter.
is it?
Mm.
How much is the postage?
It'll probably be the same as the parcel, so about 15. So it'd be like £30 in total. Oh, that's a yes. Yes, I'll pay for it, Alison. I'll get it for her.
We'll manage it.
Yes, yes, please. 5 meters, please. If they still have it, and that way we can have yet another matching. Did Dad like it? Should there be enough for a shirt before he steals some?
Yeah.
Dad. Hang on.
We could do the Von Trapp.
We could definitely Von Trapp it up. Dad? You know that fabric that arrived from Australia the other day with the leaves on it, the rayon?
Yeah.
I got 10 meters of it.
Yeah.
Would you wear a shirt in it?
Of course.
Okay, Alison, if you can find it 8 meters, please. You guys are enabling us from across the world. Yes, 8 meters, please, Alison. That would be lovely. And let me know how much I owe you, and I shall send you the monies. And then when we've all made our outfits, we could wear it to the retreat, one of the retreat evenings.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun. Wouldn't it?
That'd be awesome.
If yours ever arrives.
Oh no, mine.
Oh no, that did
no.
arrive,
This is Alison is the lady that sent me the banana fabric.
Yes. Yes. I get confused.
Yes.
Confused.
Composed. Right. Jennifer is saying hello to Alex, and then she says, "I'm eating edible cookie dough. They started selling that at the grocers, which is quite dangerous."
What is it?
Edible cookie dough.
Good thing.
Talking of cookies.
Yeah, it's nearly time for my tea.
Well, true. No, Alison says, don't worry about the money. We'll do a fabric swap in future.
Oh, bless him. No.
Let us pay for it, please.
Because
the postage will be
is
expensive.
ridiculous as well.
Mm.
No. We'll
I'm very happy to pay for it, Alison. It's fine. Don't worry. Angeliki says, Gingerhead and Co, thank you so much. Julie says, I think I need to go check my shredder. I've never used it. I just wanted it. I have a shredder somewhere.
I think we've got a shredder, but I don't know if it would do.
I'll have to try it. That's why I was thinking the cardboard one or the file shredder would work for fabric, wouldn't it?
Probably.
And then they just need to pretty it up, make it in turquoise or pink, call it a fabric shredder, and add 50 quid onto the price, and then all the sewing people will buy it because it'd be like, yay, free coleslaw. So Debbie says, I have just remembered to like the chat. Oh yes, please, everybody remember, there's 107 of us, 108 of us at the moment, and 53 people have liked it so far. Just saying. So you're chaining yours together.
Am I not meant to?
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm just trying to put mine together so that the naps are the same way. I was going to piece them together and then piece those pieces together. Don't do this in velvet, people.
Yeah. But it will be very beautiful.
Yes, but it's a pain in the proverbial.
And remember to put your jewel feed on. That's the other thing.
Oh yeah, that's also helpful.
This white stuff.
Nimue says it starts looking like a skirt. It's just missing all of its pleat backings. Time for apple cake. Ooh. I'm very much looking forward to seeing this when you're finished with it, Nimue.
What is it?
She is making a 24-panel skirt.
Ooh.
Is it your pride skirt? Is it the one with all the rainbow colours? Or is that a different one, Nimue? Alex says the paper shredder will jam, the garden shredder will work, but you have to keep it just for fabric, not for garden waste. You can't really wash it. That's true. Caroline says I had some denim in mind. Oh, what for, Caroline? Carolyn, sorry. Oh. Maybe I should have had the chat up on a closer screen so that I'm not constantly squinting at you.
Do you want mine?
No, not now.
No?
No.
Sure.
I'm being lazy.
I've only got 2 pieces of one of the fabrics, so I'm using 6 of the rust.
That should be fine.
No. I'm using 4 and 2. There's only 10 and 4.
You need 12. Yeah. You should have, well, you've cut 6. You cut.
I cut too many.
Oh.
I didn't have enough of some.
You need 12 pieces.
Sure.
Pretty sure. Stop it.
Why didn't
Yeah.
you?
Yeah.
One,
Ah!
2, 3, 4,
She said it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Let's think again. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Where did I get to with chat? Nimue says that's the one. Hope to get it done for tomorrow so it counts for the challenge. Yes, I hope you can, Nimue. I'm looking forward to seeing it. It is a rainbow skirt. That was my stomach. I'm gonna have another mouthful of crack.
Rain, come on.
Don't throw pins on the floor.
Where's Waldo?
And
Floor is lava. Waldo's going to stab me. 6.
Damn it! I'm such an elegant and graceful creature. Right, I think I pinned this one wrong size together. No, no, I haven't. No, that's fine. Okay. Let's sew this, but I'm going to read Alex's comment first. Alex says, I'll check when we get ours. I mean, who produces them? It's called Confidential Waste Shredder, according to my colleague in the office who has just had a laughing fit. I phoned her to ask. Thank you, Alex. We need to market this as like I say, pretty it up, make it a pretty colour so it goes in everybody's sewing room, market it as a fabric shredder, and we'll make a fortune. Kick. Right. Concentration phase. Don't do this in velvet, people. I'll pin them all together. I'm pinning it now because it's slightly squiffy. You're sewing at 3/8 of an inch, right?
Yeah.
Suddenly thought to remind you after you've sewn together the top. Poxy velvet is poxy. Certainly curing me of my wish to ever make velvet dresses.
It's weird stuff to sew.
It walks against itself.
Yeah. Upholstery fabrics too.
Stupid and annoying, and I don't like it. So I may just make cushions with what I've got left of this rather than try and make the bag out of it, because that does not appeal.
You could make like a big slouchy bag.
Yeah, and I wanted to make the companion carpet bag with it. Yeah, well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's going to turn into cushions now. I'm going to end up with peacock cushions coming out of my ears. Guess what everyone's going to get for the next giveaway? Peacock cushions.
I think that one.
Yeah. If I ever make another one of these for a giveaway, it's not going to be out of bloody velvet. Sod it. You know what? I'm going to fudge it together. It'll be fine. I have to go around and trim off the top of one of these because the other one's... Oh my god, it's like half an inch longer. They're exactly the same size. This is stupid. I'm getting annoyed. Mum's going to have finished hers by the time I'm like even sewn my pieces together. Maybe I should, you know what I'm going to try? I'm going to try putting the naps in different ways. See if that helps.
Yeah.
Because this is irritating the crap out of me. And it's not like anyone's going to wear this and, you know, everyone's going to go up to them and go, oh, look, those naps of that velvet. They're not going the same way. Having spent all that time pinning them together so the naps were all the same way. Stupid bloody velvet. Mm. You can sew it into a tube once you've got all the pieces on. Make sure that you're only sewing 12 together though, not your extra ones. Okay. Let's have a catch up with the chat. Jennifer says, roll on the floor laughing, rebrand and relabel, and we'll be all rolling in the fabric money. I wanted to start a candy bar delivery service last night for the COVID homebad people. Julie says, you're going to love that poof when it's done. Bloody well better. Crafting Bev says, I one time made 7 velvet 18-inch doll dresses. I hated sewing with it. I swore I would never make any more. Ended up making almost 20 more because people fell in love with them. Yeah. Crafting Bear says, I guess I'm a glutton for punishment. Harriet says, my boyfriend is a games design student. He's just started publishing his own board games through his own studio. Oh, cool. You'll have to put up in the Peeps group what it's called so we can have a look. Julie says, nap is different way. It's nap in a different way. It's a design feature. Duvalier says, I'm back from my nap. I hope it will help my headache, not turning into a full-on migraine. Oh, I hope so, Duvalier. Right, so, you know, let's try with opposing naps and see if that will behave itself and actually sew together without walking, because that last one was going to be ½ an inch different and they're the same size. Can you tell I'm getting frustrated with my my velvet poof? I've got to put a zip in velvet in a minute. Fun times. Okay, take 3.
Mine's a bit random because I've got 5, 3, and 6.
That's fine.
5, 3, and 4.
5, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
That doesn't work. 5, 3, and 7 works.
5, 3, and 4.
5, 3,
9,
and
12.
4.
Yeah, that's 12.
I don't know what you were getting to.
She's got not the same amount of types of fabric as her pizza. Do you like our pizzas?
Golden rule is odds are better on the eye than evens.
Yes. You do that for planting, don't you? 3s and 5s for planting.
3, 5, 7, 9, 11 carries on. Never in 2, 4, 6, 8.
This is much better. No one's going to be allowed to touch my poo forever. And if Julie, if you come and touch it and comment, oh look, your fabric naps are going, your velvet naps are going in different ways, we're going to fall out. She will. She will, yes. She will. Oh, that's sewed together like a dream. It's like they're Velcro sticking to each other, so it can't. Right, so all those ones that I pinned together, making sure that the nap's the right way, I'm going to have to unpin them. Okay, I'm going to do like Mum did. I'm just going to do a giant line of them all. Let's take all these pins out. Stupid bloody velvet. Whose idea was velvet anyway? Totally never making a bag out of this. I don't know whose idea this was. It seems like a really simple idea, like, you know, somewhere to put all our fabric scraps, because we generate a lot of those.
Yeah.
When we make the dog beds, we're just sewing towels into giant rectangles with a tiny little opening that we're going to stuff. Dogs do not need poofs. Right, nap's going that way. Nap's going that way.
What's everybody else doing today? What's the sewing?
I'm
They're
getting
all busy. Or...
myself confused now. Yeah, lots of sewing going on.
Oh, excellent.
I'll have to start, or somebody, it doesn't have to be me, but somebody will have to start a thread in the Peeps group of what we've been sewing in today's hangout. So because at the moment we're all kind of just all putting them up. How have I lost my scissors? Oh my god. There they are. Yeah, so we'll have to, or before I start the hangout, I'll have to start a thread for what we're doing in the Peeps group in the hangout. Mum's wittering away over there. What are you talking about?
I'm trying to get it to work. Getting the colours. That's because I've lost one.
Ow. Right, where do we get to? Anna says, to Duvalier, I can sympathise. Debbie says, my wedding cloak took 11 metres of purple velvet. I was up until 4 a.m. the morning of the wedding, hemming the blooming thing. That is dedication. Carol says, walking foot. I've got it down. I've got my dual feed on, Carol. It's just being a dick. I just don't like velvet. Decided. Jennifer says, wow, to Debbie. I actually have to work today, but I'll do that after the feed, or maybe after the cookie dough. And Julie says, hey, design feature. Yes, Julie, thank you. Right, so nap's going that way and that way. Yeah, I've got my walking foot on. Well, I mean, I've got my dual feed down. I don't have a walking foot for my machine, but Mum does have a plug-in walking foot that I could steal, I suppose. But technically, the dual feed does the same thing, doesn't it?
I think Nia's got my walking foot.
Well, you just plugged it into yours.
No, that's my.
The one came with this.
No, that's my free motion.
Oh, you actually gave. That was nice of
I
you.
think I did. Gosh, I didn't realise they were different.
So no, we don't actually have a walking foot anymore. Mum gave it away.
It's stupid.
Yes, Lottie's here. Hi, Lottie. How are you? I'm cursing velvet and I shall never work with it again. Okay, well, if you're bored, you can go away. Bye.
Who's that?
I've no idea, but they've left now.
Oh.
No, well, I've chucked them out.
Oh. But you don't know who they were.
They kept saying, hi, 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 hi. Bored. I was like, okay, bye. No idea who it is.
It's a bit odd.
Yes, and it also floods the chat, which is really annoying as well for other people because it makes the chat go faster. So no. Also, if you tell me I'm boring, I'm going to tell you to go away. Okay. Because I obviously think I'm fantastic. Matt, I waffle, I bloody do. Oh, come on.
Stuff everywhere, this stuff. It shreds.
Yeah. I've got velvet fluff everywhere as well. This is walking still?
Are we enjoying this?
No.
Oh, right, okay.
This is torture.
Just wondering if I was meant to enjoy it.
Can
I go back to quilting, please? No more poops.
Never again. This is a stupid idea.
No, I do want to do a cafe.
I want to do a cafe
And that's
classic one as
quilting
well.
cotton, which is much more sensible. Why I picked all these stupid upholstery fabrics. It's because they were sitting there and I thought I ought to use them.
Well, I know, it'll be a good idea. It'll match your front room.
Yeah, is what I thought. Whose idea was this?
Bloody stupid idea. Okay, so if anyone was thinking about making the closet case pants poof,
Think again.
don't use upholstery fabric and don't use velvet. Other than that, I'm sure it's fabulous. I mean, to be fair, the sample that they made was out of cottons.
How sensible. You obviously knew what they were doing.
Oh, it's going to be a thing of beauty when I'm finished. Bloody better be.
It's a good thing I am doing 5/8. So
3/8. 3/8 of an inch.
Yeah.
Thank God for that. Oh, Jesus Christ, because otherwise your side's going to be too small for your top.
yeah, the width of my foot.
Yes, 3/8. Are you guys enjoying this?
The torture chamber. The Idle Rocks torture chamber.
Andy says, how rude. Yes, that guy was rude. I think it's a guy.
What did he say?
He just said
Oh, he just said he
bored.
was bored.
He's like, hi, bored. Don't
Okay.
hang out with us then. Nobody's forcing you. If somebody's got a gun to your head, you have more bigger issues than being bored by me chatting.
It's because you couldn't sew properly.
Yeah, he's just expecting cats.
Oh.
I do suppose my thumbnails are a little misleading. It's like, where's the cat? But the cat was there. The last one that I did, not the last one, the previous one that I did, and she didn't want to be on camera because she's contrary like that.
Okay, so
Where did I get to? Lottie says, good, thank you. Tidying up for the photos online video tour thing on Wednesday. Very cool. Jennifer says, haha, we can solve that problem quite quickly. I know, I like the power of the wrench. It's good, isn't it? Andy says, I need some help, lovelies. I've put a pic on the Peeps group. Can anyone help, please? I'm sure they can have a look and let you know.
she's put what?
A picture up on the Peeps group.
Oh.
Alex says, well, obviously we think you're fantastic. Thank you, Alex. Charlie says, cookie dough. Kathy says, I'm watching in between admitting patients to hospital. You are my therapy for the morning. At least I'm getting to laugh and giggle instead of banging my head on the nearest hard object. Yes, don't do that. Laugh at our pain instead. Jennifer says, you're cleaning out. Are you cleaning out your machine? I wonder how much velvet fuzz in there.
Oh yeah.
I can see there's velvet fuzz in there. I shall after this. Blue Eyes Dante says, good morning from Miami. Got my coffee and tracing out my Gertie Harlow pajamas. Ooh, they are pretty. Actually, you might like those. Gertie's released a new free pattern. Oh, the Harlow pajamas. So they're high-waisted, elasticated pajama bottoms, and then it's kind of a tent-like pajama top, but it's got like some detailing at the front. Yeah, but they look very nice. It's a free pattern. Whatever you want.
Not stretch.
You can make them out of stretch. I think they're designed for woven, but it'll totally work with stretch. Do you have any stretch left? No. Julie says it's a labour of love. Miss T says maybe it was a kid. Oh yeah, possibly. But still, if they're bored, they're in the wrong place. Julie says yes. Rachel Lynn says you have cats on your shirt. That should count. Yes. Here are the cats.
What more did you want?
Yes. Jola says, well, love to hang out with you because I'm a lifelong sewer and can identify with what you're going through. Made a chocolate brown velvet vest and wore it out because I loved it so much. Dad says, I'm just going out to the front garden. I shall be humming, singing and dancing. I've got the moves. Talking to my plants, cursing my weeds. Thank you for letting us know, Papa. Duvlay says, I need hive mind. I have a halter dress ready to wear that got almost 8 years ago. Really can't wear the halter dress because I need to wear a bra. So I'm thinking, should I cut off the top and have a skirt? Ooh, that's a good possibility. And he says, thank you, lovelies. My brain isn't working today. Louise says, hello everyone, late to the party. I've been cutting the grass and trimming the hedges. That's very productive.
Very good.
Debbie says, charm pattern PDFs are very nice to put together. The pyjamas are on my list. And Jennifer says, I love your father.
Funnily enough, I do too.
Yeah, me too. Dad's going to get a really big head by the end of this stream.
Not good for him.
No.
It's nearly tea time.
I think you're right.
I don't.
no, God, I hate this thing.
My bobbin's just.
Mine's just about to. Oh, this is a stupid thing. These are the same size. Why do they keep... You know what? That ends fine. I'm going to cut the rest of that off. Oh. I've tried sewing it 3 times now. No. Miss T says, can you secretly film the Frith's moves for us through the window? We don't need to be secret about it. If I roll those curtains up, he'll come and photobomb quite happily. I realise that might sound a bit creepy. Oh, dear. Michelle says, back to work on the sewing room. I have been cleaning and organising. Need to be able to find the right fabrics and projects. Lol. Good luck with that, Michelle. Alex says to Duvalet, yes, you can, but you can also sew bra cups into the dress, and you can add a trap sewn into the seam allowance and the halter, line it, and voila, braless goddess. Right.
Funny nurses.
It's given up. It doesn't want to do upholstery fabric anymore. That's the right way. That's the right way.
I had a problem.
My bobbins run out. I am not enjoying this. I'm going to finish the epoxy thing though.
We will make this. And we will like it when we made it.
Bloody well better. Yeah. I think I've run out of navy thread as well.
Danny will put his feet on it.
He will he?
He will. And
He will like it.
I will put his feet on it.
Chiana's probably going to take it as her own. She'll sit on it. Especially if I put a button on it, because that button will look really uncomfortable, and she seems to like sitting on uncomfortable things. I have lots more navy thread, it's fine.
Now that should work. Yay! We've got one more piece, that's right.
Right, now sew the other ends together.
Yeah.
And well, maybe press it all open first.
Yeah.
Press it first.
I've got one more bit to put in.
Oh,
It's just checking it was the right colour, which it was, so that was lucky.
oh, I didn't need to unthread my machine. Stupid girl. I was going to wind a new bobbin, but I bought out an extra spool of thread to do that, so I didn't need to unthread it. Where did we get to? Alex says to Duvalet, the hidden straps are for bigger boobies, smaller boobies don't need them. Duvalet says, Alex, that's a good idea, but want to do it as less as I can. I'm lazy these days. Julie says, cat call. Alex says to Duvalet, a skirt will work then. Debbie says, "Oh, Bobbins, it's a great thing to say when you don't want to swear in front of children." Bobbins, yes. Dad says, "The neighbours have been conditioned over the years to my usual behaviour. Sean and Jane won't worry, and I'm stress-free, except in my casserole cookery. Is my casserole cooked? Will Jane it like it real stress?" Ah, yes, Mum, you better like Dad's food.
Oh, right. Okay.
I'm sure you will.
I'm sure I will. I love his food. It's good. Excellent. We're a chef now. Right. Right, so as you can stay asleep.
Sus.
Now I might do these flat because then
Yeah,
they'll be
yeah.
easier to put in.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Those you've got to try and match up points, so it makes sense. Okay, yes, that's done.
What, you're done at the same time, are you?
What?
Well, I'm running.
No.
No?
Oh.
What? Is it messing you about? Mine messed me about after all this upholstery stuff.
It's ready to be put in. I'm having a really enjoyable afternoon.
It's as bad as you with that other dress.
What other? Oh, that. The which dress?
The one you altered.
Yes. Many times.
I think the parrot dress is coming good, isn't it?
I can get the skirt to work. I'm going to try a half circle, quarter circle.
Quarter circle, yes.
And I'm going to trial it in some different fabric first to make sure that I actually could get my hips in it, and then if I like it.
Both would be good.
That would be good, yeah. Where did I get to? Julie says bloody cat. Angelique says to Dad, "Sir, you can feel like human, but you think like a fairy. To speak to you, to your plants, singing and dancing to your garden, definitely fabric washing fairy." I like that. Caroline says to Debbie, "Fish cakes works too."
Okay.
Bobbins is a swear word. Fish
All
cakes.
right. Sugar's good.
I used to say ship, and it used to really annoy Mum and Dad because they were like, we know you mean shit," and it's like,
Sugar I used a lot. When I was growing up, that was acceptable. Sugar.
Even putting this stuff together, it moves. Miss T says, "I had one of those days the other day, wanted to get back into swing of things and crack the overlocker out, so decided to shorten and recuff daughter's jersey PJs. Wrong thread, cut legs wonky, overlocks jammed, couldn't find the thread for stretch, gave up. PJ still on the table in much worse condition than when I started. Couldn't be bothered to unpick, so shortened the cuffs, blah, just a mess. I guess we all get those sewing funk days. I mean, I've done worse." Duvile says, "Sean, maybe Wonder Clip would hold the fabric better for you, possibly."
Oh, actually, that's quite a
Sam
point.
Apparel says, just got back from the shop, had to run out for butter and bread to go with our vegetable soup tonight. And Rachel Lynn says, my favourite substitute curse word is son of a peach.
Son of a peach.
Son of a peach.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I like
6,
frack.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That is right.
Yes. I like frack and what are the Farscape ones? Oh, what are the Farscape swear words? Remind me. I haven't watched Farscape in ages. I really need to watch that
I
again.
like Farscape. You might enjoy the Luminaries we watched.
Yeah, you said, yeah.
I'd read the book.
It was pretty.
Accurate to the book.
It's always nice when that happens.
I'd forgotten I'd read the book. I remembered it as we watched it.
Miss T says to Rachel Lynn, I like it. Crafted Bev says, my favourite phrase is son of a you know what and everything else that goes with it. Noelia says, have you watched The Good Place? Their swear words are shirt and fork. I've watched a couple of episodes of it, but I didn't really get into it.
What's that?
The Good Place.
I don't know.
A girl dies and she accidentally ends up in heaven. She's not the nicest of people.
Oh.
And they're all trying to work out kind of how she ended up there. And she's obviously fibbing to try and stay there because it's quite nice.
Okay.
I hate this stupid thing.
Excuse me? You hate what?
I hate this stupid thing. It is stupid.
I've just come to announce my casserole is
Oh, is it? It smells.
perfection.
It smells wonderful. You're going to have a cup of tea?
No.
You're going to make us cups of tea.
No,
I'll make you a cup
I'll
of tea. Do you want a cup of tea?
I do.
She would like a cup of tea and a rock band.
But I'm going to go and do it.
Well,
Because
me and my mates are all going dancing in the garden.
Yeah, I heard.
Because I've called
Did you
up
see
with
that?
Sean.
She's ahead of me. Massively. Did you see that Angelique said that you actually were like a fairy?
Yeah, because you go and do things with
Do you know what? I love fairies, goblins, the whole bit.
Yeah.
I won't get statues in my garden, but
All right.
yeah.
Now you just got to work out which bit's going to go to which bit.
Yeah.
That's as far as
I want to know why it's weird if you hum to yourself and sing to yourself. What is weird about that?
Nothing.
I know loads of people who do that.
I think it was the
I know some serious tradesmen who do that
Yeah.
on site.
I think it was the dancing that went along with it that Alex was referring to.
Are you dressed?
She is in her videos.
Well, there we go. What's the problem?
That's the wrong way. That's the right way.
Do we need a pipe? Make it just thicker.
No, you don't have to put piping on. I'm going to put piping on because I want it to match my cushions and I think it's going to hide some sins. Yeah, that's another reason that piping might be a good idea, is so that you don't have to actually.
The trouble is, it's going to add a lot of thickness, isn't it? Although if it's that stuff you've got,
Yeah, little flange.
that would be right,
Yeah.
wouldn't it? Okay.
Well, now you need to put a zip in the bottom part of your Is that where that came from?
There, yes, it's not a bit from my arm things I did.
Ah,
Sorry, Sue. I tripped over.
it's tripping over the puppy now.
Susie.
What's this?
Zip.
Yeah.
You did have a upholstery. Yeah. Is that long? Yeah.
Bear in mind that it does need to be sewn into the side seams as well.
Yeah. Okay. Set this in 2 pieces. Questioning whether I can ever get it.
Wow, you know what? I'm just going to sew this together and then I'm going to trim it afterwards, and it's not going to be as thick as Mum's one because this is ridiculous. I'm getting very frustrated.
We can hear.
Oh, it's just so they're the same size. I don't understand. Oh. It all goes quiet when I try and concentrate on getting this together.
Oh, Danny.
Would you like tea and rock cake?
I need. No, it's all right. I'll do it.
I'll do it now, darling.
You could do this for me.
It needs his pull putting on the
That's
zip because
such
she
a
doesn't want to.
job. I hate doing it.
I know. I can't do it.
He'd much rather make the tea and rock cakes.
Oh, go on then.
I got it on there.
Don't. I'll sort it out. I always do.
Danny, do it.
Well, yeah, but
I'll go make the tea. You want tea, Shannon?
Yes, please.
Mint tea? Or?
Yes, please.
yeah, Jane.
Have you done it?
Of course, I've done it.
Oh, you can look at that.
It's not good at the top, but it's good the rest of the way. Hang on, darling.
I need this long of it. And this is this long. Oh, plus an inch either end.
You've got to cut it off there.
Yeah.
Sew it over there now, so it's done. You have to sew it over, don't you?
Yeah, don't let the zipper pull come off again.
It's done.
Yeah, I'm just
Look.
checking that I've got enough without that bit. Yes, I have.
Well, of course you have. Look, if you do it right at the top
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
it's closed.
Yeah.
Don't undo my good work. I'll put the kettle on.
Thank you, darling.
Oh! We've sewn 6 together. I'm halfway there. where did we get to with the chat? Sorry.
That is it.
Uh,
That's exciting.
yeah, the seam line is marked on your pattern. If you look on your pattern for your bottom pieces, it will show you where you need to add the zip in. I think there's an inch of seam allowance. Right, where did I?
Sean, when you say mint tea, do you want me to pick mint and make a reel of you? Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, please.
All right then.
That'd be right, isn't it? It's going to have a button
Very
in the
good.
middle.
Did the zip work?
Yeah, no, I'll just.
Yeah, and it's secure. You've done it really well.
Yeah.
I'm not being silly, but.
Michelle says this room is going to be the stress of me. Katie says hi from Shrewsbury, just joined, currently turning up vertical blinds. Very nice. Una says I love my sewing teacher. Just had a long call with her, refitting hubby's shirt. So helpful. That's cool. Miss T says my grandpa used to say jam and butter, the muddy thing. He was Cornish. I'm not sure if that had anything to do with it. Debbie says you're such a sci-fi geek. You can tell a sci-fi geek by their swear words, such as Goram and frack. Yeah, Goram. Oh yes, Goram actually isn't that Chinese swear word. Mary says, I like the pattern on your dress. So a dress form, so cute, or on my dress? Oh, I'm wearing a top, sorry. That confused me for kitties. Yes, I have kitties. Genevieve says hello from California. Hello. Anessa says hi, Sean and Peeps. Better late than never. Definitely, Anessa. Jennifer says hi to Genevieve. Miss T says my condolences to the Pouf. Yeah. Una says the good place is really good, Sean. Give it another go. I shall have a look. Genevieve says, what are you making? The way you act is the way when I quit and do it, and it's what are you making? The way you act is the way when I quit and it doesn't sew right. Is that what you meant? I'm trying to make the closet case patterns Pouf out of velvet and I'm hating every second of it. Damn it, Apparel says love your top, thank you. Blue Eyed Dante says sounds like it will be time for a TNT after the live stream. You can do it, keep going. Yes, definitely. Genevieve says she's making the velvety Pouf that's giving her fits. Misty says he's such a good whiff. Mary says what are you making sounds rather frustrating. Angeliki says your dad is in a good mood today and I like it. Anessa says I can't wait to find my sewing stuff and just moved mess. My son wants more t-shirts, laugh my ass off. Mary says, is your dad the supervisor of the day?
Yeah.
Julie says, now I only need to do formal patches. Mary says, sorry, love the kitties. No, yes, the kitties is the Gable t-shirt. Julie says, we need to learn Klingon swear words. Yes. And Alex says, I need to go. Thank you for the lovely company, Sean, QQ, Friff, and all the peeps. Thank you for joining us, Alex. Yeah, I'm not enjoying sewing this velvet together. It's just walking everywhere.
Not behaving.
I didn't have this much trouble when I made the cushions. I was sewing way bigger panels together and they behaved themselves.
Yeah, that's right. So what, just...
You might want to look up the instructions because you're way ahead of me now.
Right, Jane, where is it clear that I can put this down and it won't go anywhere else?
Here's what I meant. Merci beaucoup.
Right, Mum, it says on the right side of the fabric, draw a chalk line 3/8 of an inch from the edge of both half circles. Line the teeth of your invisible zipper up with this line and sew right sides together on both sides of the zipper foot. I'm using an invisible zipper foot, which is lovely. if you have one, now is your chance to use it. You can use a regular zipper foot if that's what you have on hand. Press well, but use a press cloth to protect your zipper from melting. Pin piping around just as so in a zip.
I was going to say, why 3/8?
It's just they've got like a, I don't know.
That mine isn't an invisible one.
No, that's fine.
Mine is a bog standard.
Yeah. Why is 3/8 of an inch when they've got an inch seam allowance on the pattern?
Well, I've just pressed it to this. So,
Mm.
so what? Because these teeth should show, shouldn't they?
Yes.
Just.
Yes. If you do it too close, it won't open and shut. There's the instructions. Oh, this is stupid.
Stupid. Do I sew it through both layers or just the what? Just the one? Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that.
How is this growing half an inch? They are the same length when they start. Look. They are the same size, I promise. It'll be fine. I'll trim off all the excess and it'll be fine.
Of course it will be fine.
I'm very glad that I get to put my feet on this thing, because kicking it is what I want to do at the moment. It is stupid. I think Debbie's leaving us.
Each over at the end. Yeah. Tuck away, whatever.
Yeah, she seems to have made hers longer.
Yeah. An inch, yeah. Inshallah. It's a bit like.
Did he bring you a cake as well?
Oh, did you get one?
I've still got my one from earlier that I'm sort of munching away with.
No, okay.
Maybe some of the worst sewing I've ever done in my entire life. And that's saying something. Tracy B says, looking forward to seeing this project finish. Me bloody too. Miss T says bye-bye to Alex. Donna's here. Hi from Canada. You mentioned Timeless the other day and I started it. Started watching it. Now I'm hooked. Sean made me do it. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's quite fun, isn't it? There's a meme going around about a TV show about time travel, or like a real life time travelers, and they've got some seamstresses and they're coming through and they're like, yeah, so we're going to the 1890s, and we need 3 sets of clothing for 5 aristocratic women, and we're going in an hour. That's right. That's okay, isn't it? And the seamstresses are just all like, yeah. And then they're like, oh yeah, well, we went to the 1860s last week. You can just use that, right? And they're like, yeah. Oh dear. They do have a wardrobe department that's labelled by years. So it's the 1930s, and then they've got like 1 rack of clothing for the entirety of the 1930s. It's like, So yes, and I love the fact that when Lucy went back in time the first time, she was just like, well, this isn't, they wouldn't have had this fabric, and these shoes are wrong, and this is not right. And they're like, this is the best we can do. Oh dear. Tracy says, love your mum's dragon quilt too. It is a good dragon quilt. Miss T says, obviously this one too. Thank you. Thank you. Nisha says goodbye to Alex. Mary says, do you use walking foot or a roller foot, just or regular foot? I've got my dual feed down here. So it's basically a walking foot down. I pretty much use that all the time. Yeah. Debbie says, I have to go now, but have a lovely day. Bye-bye, Debbie. Duvlay says, don't worry, just level them later. I've had the same thing with a velvet dress. Angeliki says, have a nice evening from me to all of you. Sorry, I feel tired. I'll see you soon. Thank you for hanging out with us, Angeliki. It was lovely to see you. Jen says, good morning. Good morning, Jen. Where are you coming in from? Somewhere in America, I'm guessing, or perhaps Canada, or perhaps South America, because you're all having your morning still over there. Yes, walking feet, roller feet are all good things for slippery fabrics that do not want to stay together. These ones are just being horrible and are not working, and I think the only way that I would get this to properly work is if I basted them all together, and I don't care that much. This is not a dress. It's not, I don't need to be precise. I'm going to be able to lop off it like ½ an inch off of each side, and it will be fine. But if it was a dress, then you would need to like base these together, I think. Oh, she's in Australia. It's 1:13 a.m. Good morning, Jen.
Good gracious. You should be tucked up in bed asleep.
Unless she's a night worker.
Oh, right.
So I don't know. How come you're awake, Jen? Let us know. And whereabouts in Australia are you for it being 1:13 in the morning? Because that could mean you could be in, there's 2 time zones or 3 time zones in Australia. I think there's 3.
4. It is, it's so wide.
Yes. The velvet's listening to me bitch about it because that one went in perfectly. So you see, I can do it, just not consistently. It's going to be really pretty. It's going to be really pretty. Keep telling myself that. Oh dear. Eileen says, when I first started sewing, I made a stretch velvet top. There was some swearing involved. I have avoided it ever since, but now do have some velvet for a cushion. My cushions went together perfectly, Eileen. They were fine. They behaved themselves well. And it was no, this is a different cut of fabric. So that first cut of fabric knew what it was doing. This cut of fabric's all over the place.
That sensory quilt I did.
Yeah.
That's backed and bound with velvet.
Yeah. And it was all made of silk as well, wasn't it? The front of it.
Yeah. It's really difficult.
We do like to make life difficult for ourselves.
Mm.
Okay. Eileen says it will be lovely when you have it finished and have a few months to forget. Yeah. And then if you hear me telling you that I want to make a poof out of velvet again, please tell me that I'm stupid and I have to come and watch this.
Yeah.
Miss T says you should change the title to this video, something like "Screaming at the Closet Caves Poof" or "When the Poofs Go Wrong." Yeah, I will go back and adjust it afterwards, definitely. When poofs go bad. So, yes. I think it's this navy fabric that just wants to grow.
Hmm?
It's navy fabric, it's just growing as I sew it. This one's half an inch out. It was fine. Oh well, never mind. Nearly done. 2 more bits to sew in. I'm so glad you guys get to witness this. That's the right way. That's the right way. That's the right way. Let's go that way. It sounds like it's raining. It's not. It's just windy. When poofs go bad. Yep. Once you've done that, you're finished.
Do I join it at the end of the zip?
Yeah, that would
So
make
it's so it doesn't.
that would make it easier to sew it together later.
I think that's done.
Yeah, sew it together at the
At
end.
the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jen says, I'm on the East Coast, halfway between Sydney and Brisbane. Just awake, can't sleep. I saw you were live. Well, very welcome, and sorry you can't sleep, but come and join us. I have freshly washed fabric drying at the moment. I've done a big shop, 40% off at the moment. Yes, Alison was telling us there's 40% off at Spotlight. Nightmare Peg says, would have been easier to overlock the velvet first? No, wouldn't have made any difference. It'd stop it fluffing as much, I suppose, but then it would have fluffed in my overlocker. Kathy says, the poof looks like fun to make. Is Jane's poof working out better without the velvet fabric? Sort of, but Mum's used upholstery fabric, which is annoying her nearly as much as this is annoying me. Nimue says, I keep glancing at the velvet for Anna bodice that's sitting on the sofa. I hope it's paying attention to what not to do when I get it to sew, get to sewing it. What was that?
I'll show you in a moment.
And Megan says, you can try putting the fabric that wants to grow on the bottom when you put it through the machine. Yes, I tried that. Still grows. Then the top one does. The top one misbehaves. It's fine. It's totally fine. That's the right way. That's it. The next thing I'll do is I'll sew the ends together so it forms a circle and realise that I've got it twisted, and I'll have a Mobius loop, because that's just the way that it's going today. Now I've either tempted fate or I've said it out loud, so I won't do it. Which will it be? Yeah, once you've done that, you're done as much as you can be with yours.
Right. Okay.
So you can
So
go, you can go back to quilting.
I'm going on my rock cake.
Right. Let's get this last bit sewn on. And then let's not sew it into a Mobius loop. I'm trying to decide if it's going to be easier to level out the seams when it's flat, or if I put it into a round and then fold it in half and level the seams that way. I'm going to go press all these seams open and then I'll make a decision. Ugh. Julie says, I have some upholstery velvet. Perhaps I should make a poof out of that. Film it, please, Julie, when you do. It's dinner time for you. Enjoy your dinner. Megan says, if it's growing when you sew, you may want to line the poof so it doesn't stretch to a funny shape when you stuff it.
Yeah.
I am going to make a lining for it, yes. Anna says, good morning, everyone. Oh, I'm sorry the velvet's growing on you. I've never sewn with it, but I have 5 yards of a gorgeous green floral print stretch velvet that will eventually be a dress. Yeah, my stretch velvets have behaved themselves beautifully, and I really like sewing with those, and they do as they're told. This, when I made the pillows with it, the cushions with it, it was fine.
Oh, look at that zip.
It's not meant to be invisible.
No, I know, but it is.
Well, yeah, it works. That's good.
It's fine. Perfect.
Lovely. Oh, don't jog it. Don't jog it.
Perfect.
And that with water everywhere. This does look very good. Very good indeed.
So that's it, is it, from me?
Well, I need to order you some cording.
mm-hmm.
Do you want gold?
They're the same size. No, I think I rust you.
That is beginning to look like a puff.
Yeah.
Seriously,
Yes,
it
it's
is.
cotton.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could.
You can put your
If someone
feet
gave
on
it to me as flat piece kit,
Yeah.
I'd know what you were talking about.
Yeah. So we're just going to wait for the beading, the
Piping.
piping, put it together next week.
Yeah.
Well, you can put it together as soon as it arrives.
And
There isn't going to be a live stream next week.
and therefore we'll stuff it with all the scraps.
That's it.
And then after we've made these two, we're never making them again, but we're going to make dog beds for the rest of the scraps. And then take them to the
Well, the
RSPCA.
dog likes. Where do you want it? Other. That's where you want it.
Yeah.
Very
That's
good.
right.
Thank you.
Don't forget where it is.
You are joking, aren't you?
No.
You haven't squashed it right in, have you? You made
Right.
it out flat, don't you? I don't want it squashed.
It was rolled.
It'll be fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
I tell you what, I can bring it down.
No, it's fine. Cup of tea now, in peace and quiet. Away from this.
Oh, Eileen, did your fabric turn up for your poof? I hope it arrives soon for you and we've not completely put you off this.
No, it's all right. It should probably just be done with quilting cloth.
Where's the fun in that?
Yes, we like to
Make our
push
lives
ourselves.
difficult.
Exactly. I should give my machine a clean.
We can see you, by the way. We can see you.
Ooh.
So behave yourself.
Behave myself. I can try. Just getting it all back to quilting. Okey-dokey.
Okay, well they're all pressed. Now let's try and even this stupid thing out. Can I borrow your 12-inch ruler, please? It's right in front of you. Thanks.
I'll leave you to turn my lights off.
Sure. I think Mum's abandoning us now.
Yeah.
She's traumatized enough.
Yes. Back to quilting tomorrow, see? Yeah.
Where did we get to? Jen says, I had to smuggle in my new bag of fabric as my husband told me no more fabric. You don't need that kind of negativity in your life. Mary says, I did some purging last week and got rid of fabric, sent it out to the thrift centre that donates proceeds to a cancer centre. My shoulders felt lighter, like clearing out one's closet. Oh, that's nice. And Eileen says, yes, it did, thanks. Nice, stable upholstery fabric. A bit weary today, so just going to cut it. Just doing cutting out and getting everything ready for sewing. Right.
Bed back in here.
Let's try. Oh, I'm going to eat the rest of my rock cake because it's got crumbs everywhere, and I'm going to get crumbs on my velvet. And then I'm going to try and even out the size of this, which will be fun.
I must remember when you pointed the camera this one. I tightened myself up.
It's all right. I wasn't when. Oh yeah, I think you did actually. Never mind.
I did.
Yum, 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 yum. The baking video should be out later today, if not tomorrow. Right. Okay. Okay. I think I'm going to need my top pen as well. Oopsie. It's trying to escape from me now. Mary says, you need a glass of wine, not tea after all that frustration. Yes. I think you might be right. Okay. The rest of that side's fine. Let's do this one. Right, so I think what I'm going to do from this side is pick a length and stick to it, which I think is going to be there. How have I done that? Oh, now I'm confused. 2.5. Okay, 2.5. Right. I think this is really going to be one of the worst things I've ever made in my life, but you know, never mind. And I think I am going to sew. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. We'll see. Yeah, I think I'll trim it actually before I sew it together. We'll see how that goes. Could be fine, could be awful. Anna says, I was going to sort all of my fabric collection today. Some of it will have to go, older pieces or pieces not needed anymore. Probably do an Instagram de-stash. Need space for newer, more sewable fabric. Sounds like a plan. Eileen says, yay. Was just teasing, but I'm also genuinely looking forward to it. Got to try those cakes. Eileen, you didn't see it because you're a Patreon peep, aren't you? It's being released as a Patreon exclusive video, and then I'm sending all my Patreon $10 and up tiers the recipe. So that's this month's Patreon post out, mail out. Words are hard. Alison says to Jen, remind me of your husband of this mantra, happy wife equals happy life. Eileen says, good luck with your sorting out session, Anna. Anna says, I got 2 panels recently, one with macaws and one with a peacock. So we pattern Tetrising those, great fun. Not, haha. Jen says, what thread do you prefer to use? I use a polyester thread, for a generic one from where I got my sewing machine from. Anessa says, ooh, almost forgot. My new house has 2 big extra closets that I can use for fabric storage. No more fabric piled all over my bedroom. Woot woot. Nice. Damn it Apparel says, sewing Barbie clothes for my daughter today, and it's not going too great. The level of frustration is very high. Well, I'm sorry you're frustrated as well, but I'm glad it's not just me. Anna says to Eileen, got a foul headache, so we'll tackle it tomorrow, hopefully. Right, I'm going to trim off all this excess and see how this turns out. It's going to be the wonkiest thing in the world ever. Oh, better drink my tea, otherwise the dad will get upset. Okay, here goes nothing. At least I don't have to trim all my threads. Probably giving you guys conniptions cutting it like this. If I can afford it when we move, I really want curtains made out of this peacock fabric to go with my room, but I have a feeling that I'm going to pay somebody else to make them for me because this stuff is just a pain in the proverbial. Oh, I'm covered in fluff now as well. I'm having the best day ever. Said no one working with this velvet. Right, the rest of that side is pretty good. Okay, let's sew this together, not in a loop. Let's hope these two ends now match. Don't laugh at me if they don't. Not too bad actually. That's encouraging. Covered in velvet fluff though. Fun times. Okay. And it's definitely not a Mobius loop. So that's good. chop off all my threads. And then go and press that last seam open. And then I'm going to put on my cording because I have got mine, so I can finish mine today. Technically. Okay. Where did I get to? I think, says sewing Caroline pajamas now. Would you be sewing them again? I love the Caroline pajamas, and yes, I'm going to make another pair. Anessa says, hope you feel better quickly, Anna. Una says to Anna, I followed you on Insta. Duvale says, okay, I need to go and start preparing for tomorrow. Have a lovely rest of the evening, morning, day, everyone. Thank you for joining us, Duvale. Stephanie So says, got up this morning to effing cat, slept on my project pile last night, so my poof is already covered in fur and I've not even finished making it yet. It's about right. Anna says to Una, is your name the same as you use on here? And just sent you an Instagram PM. I am Fuzzy Baby Seals. Right. Press that bit open. A slightly shallower poof. Okay. I'm going to try and put on the cording. I'm not looking forward to this. It'll be fine. It will be fine. It'll be worth it in the end. I need to keep telling myself that. Don't I? Because otherwise I will just cry. Okay. And this is much wider than 3/8 of an inch. It's like half an inch. Oh well, never mind. Proof is shrinking. Oh, this is ridiculous. My cording is creeping in, and it's already got a larger flange on it than the technical seam allowance that I'm meant to be using, so I don't want to lose any more of the surface area of this poof. Let's try this again. I'm trying to combat that by pushing it over with my fingers. kind of working. Where did we get to? Stephanie says, looks like you have pre-made trim. Yeah, this is just acetate piping, pre-made cording for cushions and things like that. So you can make your own piping for this, but I wanted cording on mine because I've used cording on my cushions. Luna says, hey, Instagrammers, what do you do with all the men who follow and message you? You know, the ones, the two 5 pics and no captions. Do you just ignore? Oh, I block them all. Yeah. Eileen says, sorry to hear you are not feeling good, Anna. Hope it passes quickly. And Anna says to Una, with Una, always block them. I have received some pretty bad stuff. Rianne is here. Hello, Rianne. How are you, my love? Today, there has been a lot of swearing. Never making one of these again. Ever. Jennifer agrees, they get blocked. Rianne says, I'm bored bored on Windows, one at work, so I thought I'd join in. Ah, hello, Rianne. Welcome. Oh, yeah, Una, I've had, like, same as Anna, loads of terrible, like, inappropriate stuff from random men on Instagram. Oh, it's going off course again. This has been the project of mucho frustration, really. Mucho frustration. Getting very fed up with it. Itchy nose. Ree says, what is it? It's the Closet Case Patterns Pouf. Or Velvet Pizza. Velvet Pizza is not fun. Alison says, good night, Shine and Peeps. Have a great week. I do hope Chiana gets better soon. Please give her a cuddle and a chin rub from me. Binks and Maya sends purrs and headbutts. Thank you, Alison. I shall do. Hopefully she won't savage me whilst I do it. Poor little monkey. Yes, need to work out a way of finding out who the Siamese cat belongs to so that we can have a chat. Because Chiana was here first. That's for damn sure. Not even a seam ripper that time, just brute force because I'm getting annoyed with this. I don't think you guys have ever seen me this frustrated before because I don't tend to film it. mean, there is good reason for putting on this trim, because it will help to hide if the panels don't match perfectly. It'll help trick the eye into thinking that they do. So it will be worth putting this on. Just getting there, getting there. Crafting Bev says the man is some kind of crafter. I always block, and some of those men have no manners. They are just plain rude. Yes. Luna says, can anyone help with me with how much ease I should be allow the waist of this shirt for my husband, please? Does he like fitted shirts, semi-fitted shirts, loose shirts? It's kind of down to the type of shirts that he wears. Does he like slim fit shirts? What is the pattern that you're using? Again, though, I mean, I'm kind of just, I've never made a man's shirt, so that's really, really satisfying. Do you know what? Sod it. Sod it. Actually, sod it. You guys have seen me get frustrated with things before, haven't you? That bewitched dress. I think I'm going to go back to sewing jersey on the live hangouts. Might be better for my stress levels. Why is this whole thing just awkward? Okay. Pizza has piping. Now I've got to sort out the ends of the piping. I hate doing this. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It will be fine. It will be fine. It will be fine. It will be fine. Okay. Anyway, where did we get to with the chat? Let's have some more chat. You're getting further and further away, which is why I'm struggling to see. Let's move you closer. That's better. Hello. Tape is off. Where did we get to? Una says, fitted-ish. He's a big tummy but doesn't want baggy either. Compared to the shirt he's already wears. I've done, that's from Stephanie. Una says, I've measured him, sat down to allow full spread, and all the shirts he has are either too big or too small, unfortunately. Nimue says, as we're making our lives difficult today, I added inseam pockets to a seam that absolutely has to be pressed open. Duh. Managed to fix it, but wouldn't recommend. Noelia says, why don't you sew an Eve dress in one of your hangouts? It's a tried and true pattern for you, and this way you can see the tricks you use to make it. Yes, I might do. I might do something. It's just got to be better than this. Okay. Let's just chop off this really frayed bit. Not my finger. Fingers need to stay attached to hands. Okay. Unravel the cord. Okay. This bit of cord. And then start kind of trying to ravel them together. You know what? I'm going to call that good. Why does it always your thread misbehave when you don't have a spare finger? This really may be the least beautiful piece of sewing I've ever done, including all of my early stuff. And I am really not enjoying the process at all. Bugger it. It's going to have to work. Right, now do I want it to be velvet to the same velvet to the same velvet, or do I want it to be offset? I think I want it to be velvet to velvet, the same to same. So let's see if this fits together. Where do we go? Excuse me. Jennifer says, I think I'm going to make breakfast for dinner tonight. Ooh, nice. Stephanie says, would it be easier to sew if it's not velvet to velvet? Yes, definitely. Oh no, they're both the same velvets. It's all velvet. The pattern and the blue is velvet. So whichever way round it's going to be is going to be velvet to velvet. What I meant by that, sorry, was that pattern to pattern or navy to pattern, like alternate or the same. But I think I'm going to go for the same because I saw somebody else had made this on Instagram this morning, and they'd done. I had intended to offset it so it was navy to pattern, but I saw their one that they'd done pattern to pattern, and it looked really, really cool. Stephanie says, never mind then, cross your fingers and carry on. Yeah. I mean, apart from you guys, no one's ever going to see the inside of this thing. I'm sure it's going to be nice once it's finished, but I am not enjoying the process of making it at all. I'm very glad you guys are here, because this probably would have ended up in the bin by now if it hadn't been for you guys. I probably would have, in frustration, got rid of this and just said no, because I am not enjoying it at all. It is not fun. Not fun. I will enjoy the final product though. You know, I'm gonna enjoy that. I think I might be running out of Wonder Clips. I just want to clip it all into place and make sure it actually fits all the way around. And then I think I'm going to have to sew the bit that I have enough clips for, and then re-clip the other side. I mean, technically it fits together. That's good. That bodes well, doesn't it? I think there might be some smooshing going on. Definitely going to want pizza for dinner. Yeah, I think, so like I said, there's not going to be a hangout next Sunday. There will be a hangout Sunday after, and we're going to go through my fabric stash and kind of de-stash some bits and pieces, because there's a lot in there that I don't need and probably won't ever sew up. So that will be that hangout. And then I think the next one will definitely be a TNT hangout. Maybe a new dress. Haven't made one of those in a while. Maybe something else, but definitely something that I enjoy making and that I can make easily. So it might be, I might go back to t-shirts because I really enjoy doing those, because I really don't have to think so much about those. And it means that I don't go quiet for as long periods of time as I do with this sort of stuff. So yes. Jennifer says, I read that one. Stephanie says, I missed the beginning. How bad was the center matching? It looks like mine's going to need a covered button or circle applique to the center or something. Yeah. I started off by pressing all my seams open like the pattern recommended, and it was terrible. So I then pressed them all to one side, which made matching the centers easier, although mine is not perfect and is definitely going to getting a button in it. And I think if I ever make this again, I'm going to make it so that it's actually has a hole in the middle that I then applique a circle onto, because yeah, that was less than fun. Mum's going to do the same with hers, is put a covered button on hers. Right, well, wish me luck. Here we go. I have a feeling this is going to be dreadful. Nearly halfway. Why has it done that? That one's massively gone out of sync. Like a little bit of wiggling I can cope with, but this one's nearly an inch off of where it's supposed to be. That's not good. Let's try that one again. The amount of unpicking that's gone into this thing. Oh, there's a tuck there as well. And so you know what? Bugger it, I don't care. It's going to be stuffed with scraps. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Jennifer says switching machines so I can do some work. And then Julie says yum. Pizza for dinner. Yum. Yum indeed. Let's try this again. That's better. One good thing about this fabric is that it's not fraying at all. So that's nice. Okay. bit of stuff. Looks like a circus tent, big top. Yeah, I like the stripes like that. They are definitely not perfect, but they actually look pretty good. There's one that's quite far out, but again, because you've got the there's two there that are a little bit far out, but because you've got the piping in between, I think that helps disguise that. So whilst the piping is a bit of an ass to put in, I'm glad that I did. And the bit where the piping joins together, again, it's not quite perfect, but it's better than I was expecting it to look. Right, now I need to put a zip in to the bottom of the Pouf. I hope I've got one that's long enough. Ooh. Pins on the floor. Pins on the floor. Might actually be a better idea to put in a super long invisible zip, because I think I've got super long invisible zips. You know what? No, I'm going to put one of those in. Got it. And it's going to be black as well. So, right. Put that away for now because I don't need that. Dresses. Okay. In you go. Right. Okay. So, what do you think of my big top, Dad?
Sorry?
What do you think of my big top?
I'm sorry. Oh,
Big top tent.
all right. That reminds me of something.
Big top tent?
No.
My cushions?
No.
I have a big top.
Oh,
And
I hate this with a passion.
but it's nice.
It's gonna, yeah. Somebody else, sorry, who was it? Stephanie says, I missed the beginning. How bad was the centre matching? It looks like mine is going to need a covered button or circle sewn over this plique sewn over the centre or something.
How right you are.
Yes.
We're going to
Yes.
do that.
So we're going to do that, and if we ever make this again, we're going to make it in a cotton, and we're going to actually.
Oh, it's lovely, Sean. You weren't going to sew that on.
Yes, I was.
You were going to wait for next weekend with
I'm
me.
not doing a live hangout next weekend.
Oh, right. Okay.
And I will help you do this off screen and show you. But I want to get this.
No, I
fecking
understand.
thing
I understand. I think that's lovely. It's
it.
gone in well, that.
It went in horribly, but actually, because it's got the piping, and you can't, and that's the join of the piping. I think it
looks really good.
Yeah.
Very good. Well done.
And I like the matching, because I was going to alternate it, but then I saw some of these poofs. They'd made 5 of these. 5. And they'd done one like this, and I was like, oh, actually, I like that.
Yeah. Well, mine won't be matching because they've got different numbers.
Yeah. Dad says it reminds him of something. It's a big top.
It's nice. Very nice.
no, it reminds me, and I'm thinking of Asia, and it reminds me of something.
Parasols?
Sorry?
Parasols?
Mongolia.
Oh, okay.
There's
yes.
something about it.
You wanted gold of this, didn't you, Mum?
I think the sun's gone around. You might be able to.
Rust. Sorry, rust.
You might be able to let the sunshine in.
It just makes it really grainy on things. So I'm not going to worry about it.
Did you not enjoy my mint
Yes,
tea?
I did. So I'm going to carry on drinking it, even though it's lukewarm.
Yes. Warm as Luke.
Why did I decide this was a good idea?
I don't know.
It's a good place to put
I
scraps.
thought you'd had inspiration.
No, I wanted to get
Well,
rid of
no,
those.
because these cuttings, we end up
Cut hundreds
with
of bags.
bags and bags and bags and bags
Exactly.
of it. And
That's
I
why
feel
I'm doing
guilty
this.
about just
Yes.
throwing it around off. Do something with it. Why is this?
It's the things this side. It's right there. Just don't lean on it any more than that because it will fall over.
Why is it not right?
It's fine, but I just.
No, I don't think it's been put up right. But I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
Well, it can't be. It's doing this.
Yeah. No, it's fine. Yes. Angela says, are you doing this from a pattern? Yes, this is from the Closet Case Patterns Pouf pattern. The ultimate scrap buster, they call it. They're not wrong. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad pattern. I'm really not. It's actually a really good idea and it's a very good pattern. There are just some tweaks that I would make to it to make it putting it together a bit easier, because the center, they want you to press the seams open, which makes it really difficult to match the points, and then it makes it really bulky in the center. But as you've seen, pressing all the seams to one side also makes the center really bulky. So if you were a quilter making this, you would alleviate that by either backing off the pattern so it was snub at the end, not pointed, because that's where all the bulk is coming from, or completely backing it off and then putting a applique over the top, like Stephanie said. Yeah, it's my choice of velvet that's made this particularly awful for me today.
Before I go, can I ask?
Yes.
Did you put the batteries in your phone?
Not yet, but I did manage to actually take them up and take them out of the bag. So because the day before I took them back up and down again. So I will do it this evening.
Can you do it?
Yes.
Because I think that will fulfill some of the volume problems and so on.
Okay, I shall try that.
Thank you.
Right, so I need to press back these seams by 1 inch. So I have drawn a line 2 inches away, because when I fold the raw edge over to meet it and press it, that means that I'm pressing on the 1 inch line, which is what I need. So I'm going to turn you round and we're going to press this into place. And I've only shut the, that says this hasn't been put up correctly. I think it has. It's always been me leaning on it. It's always done that. Anyway, I haven't turned you all the way around, have I? Sorry. Hello. So where did I get to with where did I get to? Rachel Lynn says, bye-bye everyone, lunch is here. Bye Rachel Lynn, thank you for joining us. Eileen says, sorry to ask, you have probably covered this earlier, but what was the conclusion on how small you cut up the stuffing scraps? We haven't covered this. I don't want to cut mine into tiny little things. I just want to stuff mine as is, because Alex has got blisters on her hands from cutting her scraps up into tiny little bits. But I will report back and let you know what this turns out like when it has been cut up when it hasn't been cut up into tiny little bits, and I will let you know if I feel like it needs to then be cut up. Because I'm kind of hoping I can get away with not doing that, because I really don't want to. I'm thinking I actually might go and get one of my really long zips, because it's going to be easier than trying to sew this together without a really long zip in it. I've got lots of black ones, it'll be fine. Need to order some more white ones. I used my last really long white zip the other day. Okay, so long zip. Is it long enough? Yes, it is. Just that's good. It's longer. That's good. Let's see. Where did I get to? Leslie says looks good. Doesn't notice. Jennifer says I'm back now in work mode. Welcome back, Jennifer. Julie says still giving you hell of yes. Jennifer says to Julie, yep, she's been having lots of fun with it. Yes. Yes, this is me at my most frustrated. Angela says, your way makes more sense than the pattern. I really love the velvet. Yeah, I think that Heather, I think it's Heather, isn't it? Heather Lou isn't a quilter, so maybe pressing seams open to reduce bulk made sense to her, but yeah. Crafting Bev says, you use a rotary cutter when I'm use my fabric scraps for stuffing. Makes life so much easier. Yeah. Eileen says, I also don't want to cut all of mine into teeny bits. My hands hurt quite a lot after my first session of that. I don't mind some intermediate bits. We'll hold off until you hear how yours goes. Eileen, we were also talking about getting and making a, oh, why are words so hard? We were talking about making, why is this stuck? We were talking about making, oh God, I can't speak today. We were talking about rebranding the heavy duty paper shredders that offices have. We were saying that we should rebrand those and turn them into quilting ones. If we made them a pretty color and rebranded them, then everyone would buy them for cutting up their scraps. We make a fortune. Okay. Gonna sew in my zip, peeps. Wish me luck. It won't matter if I get my zip twisted today because the two pieces aren't sewn together yet. I think I'm actually going to edge stitch these edges as well. I think that might be helpful. Right, oh no, the thing that I do need to do, isn't it, is make sure that I get this everything in evenly. That would be good. Try that again. Let's make life easier is sew that in the right direction. Don't sew on the zipper pull because your machine will not thank you for that. There we go. Where did I get to with the chat? Caroline says document shredder. Yes. Thank you, Julie, for wishing me luck. Jennifer says, anyone want to do analysis of free schedules for determination of revenue leakage for me? No? Okay, I'll do it since I'm the one getting paid by salaried work, muttering about stupid deadlines. Leather needles is sharp, guys. Oh, yes, careful, don't prick yourself with leather needles. That's not good. Oh, I didn't think that all the way through, did I? I am now fudging this as I go along. It'll be fine. No, I need to do it this way. Okay. Yeah, that's totally fine. I'm gonna live with that. Didn't need to put that away because I need to sew this around the edge now. Nearly there. It's only taken me 5 hours and 40 minutes to get this far. It's totally fine. Totally fine. Getting there. Slowly but surely getting there. Totally cocked up the zipper, but you know what? I'm not doing it again. And it's on the bottom, so no one's ever going to see. recording is on. Now I just need to finish off the edge. Where did we get to? Julie says, although I found that I do love my leather thimble about 15 times now more than previously thought. Vox says, I'm enjoying the company. I am cutting fabric for my second dress ever. Started during quarantine. It's a great hobby. Well, welcome, and I'm glad you're enjoying. I'm usually slightly more company than this. This is me at my most frustrated. I am usually slightly better company than this, I promise. Yes, it's not really been going my way today, but never mind. And thank you for joining us. And if you want to join the Peeps group on Facebook so you can show us your dresses, we'd love to see them. Julie says, welcome to the dark side, Vox 3D. Vox legend is that we have cookies. Vox says, oh, that then I might never leave. Dark side it is for me. And Julie's laughing. And Damn It Apparel says, anyone want to adopt 2 kids? Can't wait for bedtime tonight so I can sew in peace. Oh, yes, join us in the Peeps group, Vox 3D. It's called Kittenish Behaviour Kittenish Behaviour Peeps on Facebook. And we have fun there. There's over 1,000 of us now, and it was Jennifer's idea to start it. And I didn't think anyone was going to join in, but it's great. And there's the hive mind, and we all help each other if there's sewing questions that we're not quite sure about and things. So it's a nice place to hang out. It's probably where I'm most active as well, other than obviously YouTube. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Come join us. Little bit more. Okay. That off. And then let's take this a little bit. So that's good. We need to unravel these. It's just a little bit. And kind of swoosh. It's very windy out there today. I did think it was raining earlier, but it's just the wind. Just the wind. Okay. Caroline says, it's supportive in all the best ways. Oh, thank you, Caroline. Nimue says, got my first pleat backing in and opened up the batting to make sure it all looked right. Yay, and now I only have to do it 11 more times. You can do it! And Una says, hey, it doesn't always go smoothly. No, this is very true. And today I am illustrating that point a lot. I'm going to call that good. It's not as good as the top one, but this one is on the bottom as well, so you know it's going to be fine. Right. Wish me luck. Now I need to do it this way up so I can see the previous line of stitching. Close the thing again. Right, I think I'm going to try that one there, so that one needs to be on this side. Because the top piece, you had lines to match up, so it went together a lot better. Well, a lot easier. There were lots of points to match up. This one there isn't, so I'm going to match up the two seams at the the halfway point, and then we'll go from there. See how it goes. It's kind of looking like it might fit in. That's reassuring. Yay! Mary says, welcome to the Peeps. Oh, hello, Mary. I hadn't seen you were here. How are you, my lovely? Julie says, remember to open the zip a little. I have done. Thank you, Julie. Okay, there's a little excess this side. Not a lot though, so I'm going to pin the other side and then we'll see if I need to just readjust some bits and pieces. I had wanted to get some velvet to use to trim a skirt, but on a dress that I've made. after this experience, I'm thinking I might just get something different to trim the dress. Because this has definitely not been the most fun I've ever had. Oh, there's loads of ease this side. What is going on? That's not good. Still got Rachel Makes These songs in my head. How is this bottom this much bigger? The other side was much better. Well, never mind. Just going to ease it in the whole way around. It'll be fine. Anyway, sorry I'm being so quiet. Let's see, where did I get to? Mary says, just popped in, I'm doing great. Just wanted to tell you I can cut out the Lisa dress pattern you got me 2 years ago. I made a mock-up of the bodice and absolutely love the drafting of it. Oh, brilliant. That's awesome, Mary. Yay. I've still got so many of my pattern swap patterns to get to as well. I do intend to make them all. They will get made at some point. Okay, let's try this then, shall we? Because other than making a covered button, if I get this in, and then obviously I've got to stuff it, but then it's done and I can put this thing aside, which I am very much going to enjoy doing. This is definitely like not heirloom sewing or anything like that. This is not going to be pretty on the inside, but hopefully it will be pretty on the outside. And that's what we want. how long it's going to take me for this to kind of fade into my memory of how bad this was, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I want to make one of those again. I do not think this thing's going to be even or pretty or any of those things. It should look nice from a distance. Hopefully Chiana will like it. I'm done. I do not think this is going to be great. And there's a few little tucks in the sides, but you know what? Oh, I've got a little bit of fluff. I'm going to just trim that off. I made a poof. Now, according to Heather, bonus points if you wear like your poof like an episode of Friends where Joey gets his head stuck in a turkey. It's velvety in here. See? I don't ever want to do that again. It's going to take a lot of stuffing. I mean, that's good, isn't it? Because that was the whole point of this, is so that I have somewhere to put my scraps. But I hated making this. Oh dear. Right, Mum said rust for her typing, didn't she? All the pattern piece just went in the bin. I kind of want to put this in the bin. I'm not going to, so that I don't, if I do ever decide to do this again, I don't have to print it out again. Maybe I should just put it in the bin. I'm so glad it's over. Right, I have to make a covered button for the center, but I'm going to do that off camera because I have a feeling that trying to make a covered button out of this velvet is going to piss me off, and I don't want to swear any more than I have been today. So it's all the threads from earlier where I haven't bothered to completely get rid of the threads when I've unpicked things. I'm glad that's done. I'm glad that's done. Anyway, so Julie says, not too long, I hope. This is highly entertaining. I'm glad you're enjoying my misery. Mary says, yeah. Leslie says, need to go and get my dinner, but so engrossed in this. Oh dear. Anna says, yippee. Julie says, woohoo. Mary says, it looks great. Caroline says, I'm nearly done basting in the elastic channel striped sleeve, ultra long beret. Ah, yeah. Giant beret, isn't it? I'm so glad it's done. I am covered in fluff and threads from where I've unpicked every single piece of this thing. I mean, I have to say, it's gonna look fab, isn't it? Like, I mean, it's made me cry nearly the entire way, but it is gonna look fab. So, you know, like, I wonder how many of these bags it's going to take to stuff it. I'm going to make a lining for it. Yeah, it's going to take at least about 6 of these. I do have 6 of these full of stuff down there, but Mum wants it for dog beds as well. Charlie says, congratulations. Eileen says, it already looks fab. Nimura says, woo, woot. It'll be comfy once you can put your feet on it. Yeah. Will she use it to sharpen her claws when it's completely stuffed, or is it not going to yours? I don't think she will use it to sharpen her claws. It's the reason I've made it out of velvet rather than faux leather. If it had made it in faux leather, yes, she would immediately use it to sharpen her claws. But I don't think she likes the feel of velvet, although she may end up using this as her bed. Just all the stray threads from earlier where I haven't properly unpicked them. So, gosh. I'm glad I've persevered with this. If you guys had not been here, this would have been in the bin a long time ago, because it really, really was frustrating me that much. So thank you very much for keeping me sane. It's very much appreciated. Caroline says, it looks superb. Poor little Chi will love it and snuggle it. She may or she may not. I shall report back. But I mean, you know what? If she doesn't love it, I will. And it's going to look pretty in my house. And it's what the big reason behind making this was having a place to put my fabric scraps, because I produce an incredible amount of fabric scraps, and I was told that H&M don't actually recycle them, and that worried me because that's where I was taking them. And I don't want to just throw them away. They're not used. They're the size of scraps that aren't useful for making anything. I've told you guys before, bigger scraps, tops sizes go into my top stash. Sizes underneath that, a bag for making bags, go into my bag stash. Then we've got Mum's quilting stash behind you guys, with in all the different drawers sorted by colour. And that's stuff that she can get quilting pieces out of. And then it was the stuff underneath that I was just like, I don't know what to do with this. And I am producing a lot of it, and I don't want to just throw it away. So that was the reason behind making this, is having somewhere to put those kind of things. And then going forward, as I mentioned, I'm going to be making dog beds out of towels with my scraps for the local RSPCA, because I'm going to still continue to produce a lot of scraps because I sew daily. So I do make a lot of, offcuts. And that was the main reason behind getting this thing made. And I'm really pleased that I have. Like I say, I wonder how long it's going to take for the horror of this to go away, and me to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to make another one of those. or if one of my friends and family see it and are like, yeah, that would be a nice Christmas present or something, and it would just be like, hate you, but yes, I will make it for you. So yeah, I'm pleased I persevered, but oh my goodness. Oh, I was hoping I was going to get those peacock legs the right way up, because I've not been precious about what goes where peacock wise, but then I saw a pair of legs and I was hoping I was going to get those actually facing the right way up, and I have, so that's good. Little peacock leg there. But yeah, now I just need to stuff it. Now I need to make a lining for it, and then I need to stuff it. And I think I'm going to make my lining out of calico, because that's what I have on hand. I don't have any neck curtains that I can use. So yes, you guys have kept me sane through this. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I really would have got rid of this in the bin earlier in the day if you hadn't been here. Anna says, that's so funny, a kitty with fabric preferences. Oh yes. Oh yes, I have video of her climbing the fabric stash over there and picking fabrics out. I need to do a Chiana video with the Chiana voiceover, because I've got some brilliant videos of her doing things. So yes, I will eventually get to doing that. There's a lot of editing though, so fun times, but I will get to that. Caroline says, both of mine snuggle my floor pillow when under the weather. Oh, Charlie says, it looks gorgeous and it uses your scraps. What's not to love? Una says, well done. It looks fab. Jennifer says, very pretty, even though frustrating. Una says, well, if you had made it a different fabric, would it have made a lot of difference? It wouldn't have been as frustrating as this velvet to work with, I think. I think that might be the biggest bugbear I have with this, is this velvet was just hideous to work with. But it's done now, so that's done. Nimue says, have a lovely evening. Dinner is served and my bobbin is empty. Well, thank you very much all for hanging out with me. I am going to call it a night and go and have some food, because I am hungry. And yeah, I hope you've enjoyed today. Thank you very much, like I say, for making it so I finish this, because I otherwise would definitely not have done this further. So if you guys have not been here, so thank you. Anyway, I have very much enjoyed today. Like I say, there won't be a hangout next Sunday. I am taking the 1st to the 10th of July off, so I will not be here. There will be lots of proper videos though for you, so there is lots to look forward to. There's lots coming. It's not all so long, as there is some proper videos as well, some even more proper videos. So yes, I won't be here next weekend for a live hangout, but I will be here the weekend after, which is, let's get the date right. The 12th. Sunday the 12th will be the next hangout. We'll be up at mine. We'll be going through my fabric and destashing some bits and pieces. So yeah, you guys can have first refusal on it if you want any of it. But like I say, what I'm going to mainly be destashing is kind of the polyester bits and pieces in there. So you may not want it. It's not going to be particularly beautiful, like quality fabric. But yeah. Anyway, thank you. And I'm going to try and end the stream gracefully now. So thank you for hanging out with me. And I will see you. There's a vlog going up tomorrow. So I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.